Chapter 769. Tonight, apple eaters should be careful, because you might get to eat a banana. The palace was spacious, and everything inside had been taken away by Han Xiuxia. There were two corpses on the ground. Shenzong recognized them. One was a deacon of the Liu family, who should be in the late stage of the third level of the mortal realm. The other was a deacon of the Spirit Heart Pavilion. Their skin was green, and their bodies emitted a chill. The storage pouches on their waists were also missing. Noticing Chunzong's gaze, Han Xiuxia's smile became more obvious, but his eyes became colder. They overestimated themselves and didn't know what's good for them. You'll end up like them. Shenzong couldn't help but smile. This faint smile made Han Xiuxia unhappy, and he immediately attacked. Han Xiuxia's cultivation talent was top-notch in the Blackwater sect and even in this region. He could be compared to most of the esoteric disciples in top forces like the Tai Yuan Sky sect. Of course, there was still a gap between him and the true geniuses like Fang Xingchen. Even so, Han Xiuxia still cultivated the Blackwater True technique to a very high level and also comprehended the martial arts of the Blackwater sect to a very high level. As soon as he attacked, his right arm brought about a series of black waves, which swept over heavily. Within the black waves, there seemed to be black water, snakes moving up and down. His cold eyes locked on a Chunzong, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. That was actually Han Xiuxia's finger. The finger was like the poisonous fangs of a snake, bringing with it the coldness and dominance of the Blackwater True technique, trying to kill Chunzong. It was certain that those warriors who also cultivated upper-level spiritual techniques and were at the same level as Han Xiuxia would not be able to block this attack and would be killed instantly. He was indeed extraordinary and had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. However, the gap between them was too big, and Chunzong did not have the mood to fight slowly. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed lightly, and the sword light pierced through the air. It was an ordinary sword light. It looked so simple and clear. It shot out in a straight line. It didn't have an extremely tyrannical aura, but it made Han Xiuxia's heart palpitate. It was as if something very bad was about to happen. And then, it really did happen. Only after the sword light pierced through his forehead did a sizzling sound ring out. Han Xiuxia did his best to widen his eyes, his face filled with shock, disbelief, and regret. He regretted provoking Chunzong. Die. Chunzong moved quickly. He took several mustard seed bags from Han Xiuxia's body and put them into his void ring without checking them. Xiuxia. Xiuxia. The elder of the Blackwater sect, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the mortal realm, called out a few times, but received no response. His heart was filled with anger, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. A terrifying aura suddenly swept out like a roaring hurricane. Terrifying black waves filled the entire palace, as if they were going to destroy everything. Han Xiuxia was the first disciple of the Blackwater sect, and held high hopes for the future head of the Blackwater sect. He was a top genius with a chance to step into the Earth Spirit realm. In the eyes of this elder and all the higher-ups of Blackwater's sect, entering this subworld was just a trial that would not be fatal. That was because the Blackwater sect wouldn't act against Han Xiuxia. As for the other 3 middle-grade powers, they didn't have the guts to do so, unless they wanted to be completely annihilated. They never thought that someone would dare kill Han Xiuxia. Amidst his rage, the elder of the Blackwater sect slowly calmed down and began to examine carefully. These two were killed by Xiuxia. With a few glances, the elder knew who had killed the Liu family and the Spirit Heart Pavilion. But the key point was who had killed Han Xiuxia. This is a wound caused by sword aura. Staring at the center of Han Xiuxia's brows, the elder's eyes narrowed. He was incomparably gloomy, but said with incomparable certainty, "To kill Xiuxia with a single blow. Not only is this person highly skilled in sword techniques, his personal strength is also much stronger than Xiuxia's." The Spirit Heart Pavilion. Those of the Spirit Heart Pavilion didn't know that they'd become the scapegoat for Chunzong. The Palace of 1,000 Refinements. Chunzong stared at the plaque above and read out each word clearly. None of the other palaces had a name. Only this one did. At least, All of the palaces that Shenzong had visited were like this. Perhaps there was something special about this palace. He stepped forward and entered. The palace looked very spacious. There were murals on all four walls. Shenzong glanced at them. The content of the murals was very simple. It was a group of people practicing martial arts. The moves looked very simple as well. Immediately, Shenzong's eyes fell on the center of the palace. There was a bell there. The bell was dark gold. It constantly emitted a vigorous and simple charm. It was about 2 meters tall and about 1.5 meters in diameter. The bell was engraved with many patterns, which were also the figures of people practicing martial arts. Shenzong also saw the words on the bell. Teach me the 1,000 refinements method. Break this 1,000 refinements bell. You want to break this bell? Shenzong reached out and knocked on the bell. The dull sound was extremely vigorous. He could feel the amazing hardness of the bell with his fingers. Using his fingers as a sword, he pointed out with 50% of his strength. The dull sound came from the bell. It reverberated in the palace, but the bell was still intact. One finger with 100% of his strength. An even more dull sound was heard, but the bell was still intact. Staring at the bell, Shenzong drew his sword and attacked with 100% of his strength. Heart-intense sword questioning the heart. Slash! With a clang, a terrifying rebounding force passed through the body of the sword and went straight to Shenzong's arm, causing it to tremble and feel slightly numb. His chi and blood almost flowed backwards into his body, but the bell was still intact. Teach me the 1,000 refinements method. Shenzong could not help but think. He looked at the patterns on the bell and the patterns on the walls. Do I have to use the 1,000 refinements method to break this bell? Let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Shenzong withdrew his spiritual power and sheathed his sword. He took a deep breath and mobilized his strength. 1,000 refinements fist. With a loud bang, the force of 100 compressions ruthlessly slammed into the body of the bell. However, Shenzong clearly felt that something was different. He didn't feel any backlash. Instead, the body of the bell trembled slightly. 1,000 refinements palm, 1,000 refinements finger, 1,000 refinements kick, 1,000 refinements storm. Boom, boom. An incomparably dull sound continued to reverberate from the bell, spreading in all directions. However, unlike before, there was no rebounding force that struck Shenzong. Not enough, not enough. Shenzong attacked again and again, performing the 1,000 refinements lingwu. A storm swept and gradually spread out, filling the entire 1,000 refinements palace. The figures on the four walls of the 1,000 refinements palace seemed to have come to life and started practicing martial arts. The figures on the bell also moved. Shenzong's spiritual awareness spread out unknowingly and filled the entire palace, recording the movements of all the figures in his sea of consciousness. The martial arts that these figures practiced seemed simple, but they were mysterious. Gradually, Shenzong understood that this was a cultivation method of the 1,000 refinements lingwu. Previously, Shenzong had practiced it by himself. Now he was enlightened. In an instant, inspiration burst forth and the shackles were broken. The 1,000 refinements fist was compressed again. 101 times. 102 times. Although the compression efficiency was getting slower and slower, there was still an obvious increase. In the end, it was fixed at 200 times. Then it was the 1,000 refinements palm, 1,000 refinements finger, and 1,000 refinements leg. All of them were increased to 200 times, and their power increased greatly. The 1,000 refinement storm was also significantly stronger. Boom, 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 boom. The muffled sounds became more and more intense. Crack. It was very slight, but Shenzong clearly caught it. He saw a small crack appear on the body of the bell. The crack was like a small gap on the shore. Under the impact of the torrent, it began to gradually expand. Crack, crack. More and more sound were heard. The cracks continued to spread on the bell until they covered the entire bell. 1,000 refinements storm. What's that sound? Where is that sound coming from? As the sound became louder and louder, it continued to spread out. As the air spread further and further, people heard it. They stopped in their tracks and identified the source of the sound. Then, they quickly rushed in the direction of the sound. At the same time, Chunzong's final attack was extremely ear-piercing. The bell was split open, and then it exploded. After the explosion, there was a half-meter-high round pillar where the bell used to be. On the round pillar, there was a piece of dark golden metal the size of a fist. It looked extremely simple and heavy, and its edges were irregular. As Chunzong stared at it, he could see a hidden sharpness on the dark golden metal. But no matter what, it must be extraordinary to be kept here. He quickly put it away and found some words carved on the dark golden metal. 1,000 refinements gold, forging treasure. When Chunzong put the 1,000 refinements gold into his virtual ring, a figure rushed in at an amazing speed like lightning. His thunderous eyes quickly swept across the place. He saw the broken pieces around, the half-meter-high round pillar, and finally fell on Chunzong. "It's you." It was the peak mortal realm elder from the Thunderblade Castle. His eyes seemed to contain thunder as he stared at Chunzong. His voice was as deep as thunder. "What did you find here? Take it out." Boom! Sword momentum was surging, and it was earth-shattering. Chunzong exploded, and a terrifying aura spread out. He was not afraid of the elder at all. The previous battle seemed to be a draw, but Chunzong was confident that he could kill the elder. The reason why he didn't kill the elder was that it would take time to find other treasures. But since the 1,000 refinements gold had fallen into his hands, there was no reason for him to hand it over. So he could only fight. So he had to kill the elder. Feeling the horrifying aura from Chunzong, the elder of the Thunder Saber Castle suddenly changed his expression and hesitated. This kind of aura was not weaker than his, and it was even stronger. If they really fought, he might not be able to kill the elder as he wished. At this moment, another figure flew in from outside, as light and agile as the wind. He also glanced around, and finally his eyes fell on Chunzong. His pupils contracted, and a sharp cold light burst out. The Spirit Heart Pavilion Elder was at the peak mortal realm. "Where is the treasure?" The Spirit Heart Pavilion Elder asked, his voice sharp like a sword. "It has been taken by him," the Thunderblade Castle Elder said. Chapter 770. Tonight, we will be safe. Inside the 1,000 Refinements Palace, the atmosphere was tense. The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion stared at Chunzong with his sharp eyes. The long sword on his back vibrated slightly, as if it was about to be unsheathed. "He is very powerful. He is not weaker than me," the Elder of the Thunderblade Castle said seriously, which surprised the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. He did not believe it. "I will say it again. Give it to me." The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion did not respond to the Elder of the Thunderblade Castle. Instead, he said to Chunzong with a sharp voice. The Elder of the Thunderblade Castle took a few steps back. Since the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion did not care about him, he did not care about him either. Chunzong unsheathed the red jade sword, releasing a dense sword chi. Chunzong stared at the Spirit Heart Pavilion Elder coldly and said, "The treasure is with me. If you want it, you have to ask the sword in my hand first. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion said angrily. The long sword on his back jumped up and landed in his hand. He slashed out a bright sword light and attacked Chunzong. The sword light was light and fast, and there was a unique change in it. Chunzong's eyes lit up, but he could not see it clearly. The sword art of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion had always been like this. Perhaps this sword technique will be useful to me. Chunzong couldn't help but have this thought. The mind sword art was based on one's mind. The sword art of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion seemed to be similar. If he could comprehend the sword art of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, it might be helpful for him to perfect the mind sword art. Thinking of this, Chunzong did not dodge. Instead, he attacked with his long sword. An expert could tell whether a sword art was good or bad. The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion was shocked. He did not know how powerful Chunzong was, but he knew that his sword art was not inferior to his own. The sword light was light and agile. It had an indescribable charm, as if it was coming from the bottom of one's heart. In the blink of an eye, the swords of Chunzong and the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion changed hundreds of times. The Spirit Heart Pavilion's way of sword art emphasized on the flexibility of one's mind. Using one's mind to guide the sword art, it made the sword art flexible and changeable. Therefore, even though the sword art looked light and swift, it often contained many changes. Moreover, it could be performed in an instant, making it difficult for people to deal with and impossible to guard against. But no matter how he changed, he couldn't avoid Chunzong's counterattack. He blocked all the attacks with his sword. Moreover, Chunzong's sword was more agile in counterattack. This kind of swordsmanship attainment was clearly superior to his own. Boom! The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion took a step back and thrust out his sword. It seemed like a single thrust, but in fact, there were more than 100 swords, which converged into a majestic sword light and shot out. Since he was unable to surpass the other party in terms of swordsmanship, he would use his cultivation to suppress the other party. His cultivation of the mid-LV9 extreme mortal realm was fully activated. Although he was cultivating a middle-class spiritual skill, he had already thoroughly grasped the middle-class spiritual skill after so many years of study. He had also deepened it and made it more suitable for him. Therefore, the purity of his spiritual power was close to that of warriors of the same cultivation who were cultivating upper-class spiritual skills. This wasn't something that everyone could do. Only a minority could do it. They either relied on talent or time to slowly hone their skills. Unexpectedly, Chunzong didn't try to dodge the Spiritual Heart Pavilion's Elder's sword attack. Instead, he used the Void Sword energy and the sword momentum to attack him. Sword intent, basic movement. Boom! The sword light both dissipated. The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion was shocked. His opponent had blocked his sword attack with all his strength, even if it was just an ordinary sword art. Now, he finally understood what the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle meant. After the first sword attack dissipated, Chunzong's second attack followed. Sword intent questioning the heart. The sword attacked the heart, which made the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion slightly stunned. However, the swordsmanship of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion was inextricably linked to the mind. When cultivated to a high level, it could strengthen one's will and mind to a certain extent. Therefore, the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion woke up immediately. The red jade sword arrived. The red light was extremely sharp and dazzling. The sword light was burning hot, but it made the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. The chill and killing intent were like tides. Retreat. In an instant, the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion moved quickly. His afterimages were left in the air, but they were all destroyed by the red sword light. When he retreated to the entrance of the Thousand Refinements Palace, a flash of saber light suddenly shot out from the side. The saber light was like lightning, rumbling and shaking. It was like thunder breaking through the air without mercy. This thunderous saber attack contained all of the Elder's strength. The Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle had fought with Chunzong before. He knew that Chunzong was powerful and not easy to deal with. Therefore, he warned the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. However, the Elder did not seem to appreciate his warning and simply stepped aside. He stepped aside not because he did not want to interfere, but because he wanted to act according to the situation. His ultimate goal was to kill Chunzong and take the treasures. Now that Chunzong had forced the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion to step back, the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle thought that he had found the best opportunity. He immediately performed a powerful saber attack and turned it into a flash of lightning. What he did not know was that while Chunzong was dealing with the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, he was also paying attention to the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle. After all, the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle was powerful. Chunzong would not put himself in danger because of carelessness. The Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle thought that he was going to kill Chunzong with a saber attack. However, the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle looked serious. He did not feel that this saber attack had hit anyone. It had only hit the air. Feeling a chill in his heart, The elder of the Thunderblade castle moved to the side without any hesitation. He turned into a bolt of lightning and moved at an extremely fast speed. However, an illusory sword shadow followed closely behind him like a maggot. It kept attacking him with a chilling intent, which frightened the elder of the Thunderblade castle. The elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion had also adjusted himself. Spiritual Heart, 3 deadly swords. With a low shout, the long sword in front of him slightly shook and turned into 3 sword shadows. Each of them gave out an extremely mysterious aura. They pierced through the sky and attacked Shinzong. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 3 swords in a row. They seemed to be moving side by side in a triangular formation, but they also seemed to be connected. They were changing all the time, which made it harder for people to defend themselves. If they wanted to defend themselves, they would be locked by the aura. This was the unique sword technique of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. The elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion had used this move to kill many strong enemies. Now, he was going to see blood again. Shinzong was shocked. This sword technique was so powerful and exquisite that he could not ignore it. Shinzong paused. Then he exerted the mystic heart change to the extreme. He kept changing his position in the surrounding area. The Spiritual Heart, 3 deadly swords, also kept changing. He had completely locked onto Shinzong. He would not give up until he killed Shinzong. This was like a battle between sword technique and body movement. While using the mystic heart change, Shinzong was also observing and comprehending the Spiritual Heart, 3 deadly swords. Since he had obtained the Heart Sword seal, his meridians had been cleansed and his bones had been reborn. His potential had been constantly developed. He had made great progress in all aspects. His comprehension ability was so high that it was terrifying. Especially his comprehension ability on the sword principle was superb. In addition, Shinzong's accumulation of consciousness and the inheritance of the sword principle had further developed his comprehension ability. Take a person, for example. He was very, very smart. No matter what he learned, he was much faster than others. No matter how difficult a problem was, he could solve it easily. However, if he did not have enough basic knowledge and accumulation, he would not be able to solve a difficult problem because he could not understand it all. If he could not understand it, what was the use of being smart? Tall buildings start from the ground. The foundation was never outdated. It was always the most important. After all, the Spiritual Heart, 3 deadly swords, was the unique skill of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. It was not easy to understand it. However, Shinzong did not need to understand it completely. He only needed to understand some of its mysteries. His body changed 18 times in a row in an instant. Then he shuttled to one side. 3 streaks of sword light flashed across the sky, but they did not hit Shinzong. The elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion was totally surprised that his unique skill had failed. He changed his expression greatly, but he made another move. The sword light was thin and stretched like a belt. However, it was extremely sharp. As it circled around, it quickly cut toward the elder. The elder of the Thunder Saber Castle also reacted. He made a move with his saber. The two of them worked together to fight against Shinzong. Kill him first, then we'll divide the treasures. The elder of the Thunder Saber Castle shouted as he attacked. The two of them were in the middle stage of the extreme mortal realm. They had lived for a long time. No matter if it was battle experience or skills, they were very experienced. Ordinary warriors could not be compared to them. In a moment, Shinzong was under a lot of pressure. This battle should not drag on. Shinzong understood this point. If it were any other time, Shinzong would be very happy to have 2 powerful warriors working together to fight him. Moreover, it was a dangerous battle of life and death. He would use all of his skills to deal with them and hone his skills. However, in this place, who knew if other people would be attracted to them? Shinzong was not afraid of most people. However, the elder of the extreme mortal realm from the Blackwater sect was the one that Shinzong was really afraid of. The elder of the extreme mortal realm had cultivated an upper-class spiritual skill. Compared to these two, he would be even stronger. The elders of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion also understood this point. If the elder of the Blackwater sect was attracted, they would not be able to get anything. Therefore, they had to kill Chanzong as soon as possible to get the treasures. If you use the secret sword of Lingxin to kill me, you can have 60% of the treasures. The elder of the Thunder Saber Castle sent a message to the elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. If you use the Thunderbolt Saber, you can have 60% of the treasures. The elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion retorted. The Spirit Heart Secret Sword and the Thunderblade were one-time use secret treasures. Once they were used, they could kill cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of the extreme human realm. However, these two secret treasures were extremely difficult to make, so they were extremely valuable. As important elders of the sect, each of them had one. Other than that, only important disciples had one. Because they were extremely precious, they would not use them easily. They were also not sure how precious Chunzong's treasures were, and whether they were comparable to the secret treasures. On the other hand, if they used the secret treasures to kill Chunzong, would they really get 60% of the treasures? Not necessarily, because Chunzong still had other secret treasures. When he used them, he could kill them and take all the treasures for himself. Neither of them were stupid. Therefore, neither of them was willing to use the secret treasures. When the two of them were trying to persuade each other to use the secret treasures, Chunzong suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This was a deadly sense of danger. However, when he touched the secret treasures in his body, the sense of danger disappeared instantly. Chunzong knew that this kind of danger was not enough to break through his trump card. Chapter 771. Inside the 1,000 Refining Palace, the sword chi was dense, and the blade light was like a waterfall. Chunzong rubbed the sword with his left palm, causing the sword to vibrate violently. The surrounding air was repelled and turned into darkness. Split the sky. Split the sky. 2 consecutive strikes were extremely powerful. The sword light tore through the heavens and the earth. The elder of the Thunderblade Fort and the elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion were shocked. They quickly retreated and waved their swords to defend. Mystic Heart Change? Everlasting Heart Illusion. In an instant, Chunzong transformed into many shadows and surrounded him. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. There were countless long swords that attacked from different directions. The 3 life-saving trump cards corresponded to the extreme mortal realm, Earth Spirit Realm, and Profound Sky Realm respectively. Each one of them was shockingly valuable. Thinking about it, even the lowest level one of them could withstand a full force attack from a titled emperor. A King Realm warrior, what kind of concept was that? They were the absolute warriors that were invincible in the extreme mortal realm. Each of them had incredible strength. As long as the two did not use any secret treasures, Chunzong did not plan to use any secret treasures either. Slash, 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 slash. The elder of the Thunderblade Fort and the elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion were instantly pushed back. The two of them were extremely shocked. They had been pushed back. In a flash, Chunzong had already rushed out of the 1,000 Refining Palace. Don't run. Don't even think about leaving. The two of them quickly adjusted themselves and shouted. They thought that Chunzong was trying to escape and immediately chased after him. The moment they rushed out of the 1,000 Refinements Palace, they felt a large amount of heaven and earth essence, chi, surging madly, gathering from all directions. When it swept past their bodies, the heaven and earth essence, chi, carried a kind of sharpness like sword chi. It was like 10,000 swords returning to the sect, like 100 rivers returning to the sea. All the yuan chi from the heaven and earth flowed into Chunzong's body. The two of them immediately understood that Chunzong was using a secret technique that could increase his strength. He was already so powerful without using any secret art. If he used the secret art, how powerful would he be? The two of them felt uneasy. You use the Thunderclap Saber, and I will use the Spirit Heart Secret Sword. Let's kill him together and divide all the treasures equally, the elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion said. Since the other party valued that treasure so highly, it was definitely extraordinary. It was unlikely that they would suffer a loss. Okay, the elder of the Thunder Saber Castle made a decision immediately. At this time, there was no time to think too much. In an instant, a small silver sword, which was as thick as a finger, appeared in the elder's hand. The small sword did not have a hilt, only a blade. It glowed with a silver light, which flowed like water. It flowed endlessly, and a terrifying sharpness emanated from the small sword. A round ball appeared in the hand of the elder of the Thunder Saber Castle, which was emitting a shockingly violent fluctuation. When the two of them took out their secret treasures, Chunzong also noticed it. The two of them moved even faster. They activated the secret treasures as soon as they took them out, as if they did not want to give Chunzong any chance to react. The round ball exploded in an instant and turned into an extremely violent thunderclap saber light. It was much more powerful and faster than the one that Chunzong had encountered before. Wherever it passed, the hard green bricks were torn apart. The terrifying saber pressure split the Yuan Qi from the heaven and earth from all directions, and even the ground behind Chunzong was cracked. The elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion also activated the power of the Spirit Heart Secret Sword. The sword shot out at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion slightly shook his long sword and performed the 3 dead Spirit Heart swords. However, he did not attack Chunzong, but the elder of the Thunder Saber Castle. The elder of the Thunder Saber Castle did the same. He also slashed out his saber. The saber was as fast as lightning, but it was also aimed at the elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion. Actually, the two of them had a good plan. They wanted to use their secret treasures to kill Chunzong, and then take the opportunity to kill the elder. Not only could they take away all the treasures on Chunzong, but they could also take the elder's treasures. At the very least, they could severely injure the elder so that he would not be able to compete with them for Chunzong's treasures. Needless to say, none of them were easy to deal with. The terrifying saber light and the sharp but erratic sword light made Chunzong's hair stand on end. He could not avoid it. Even if he performed the mysterious heart transformation to the extreme, he could not avoid it. He could not block it. Even if his strength was enhanced by the secret method of sword energy unity, he could not block it. There was no reason. This was Chunzong's judgment. It was a judgment that would not be wrong. It was a judgment that would appear when one's cultivation level increased and his understanding of the Tao of Sword reached a certain level. Those who were good at swordsmanship were at the bottom, middle, and top. The lower one had to draw his sword and make a move. Only when he was killed would he know that he was not a match for the elder. The middle one had already drawn his sword and made a move. He was not on the verge of death, but he was facing a crisis and knew that he was not a match for the elder. The upper one did not need to draw his sword and make a move to know the outcome. This was not something that Chunzong understood, but he learned it from the inheritance of the Tongtian Jiandi. Chunzong's current level was between the lower one and the middle one. He was infinitely close to the middle one. Therefore, he knew that he could not avoid or block the attacks of the elder of the Thunder Saber Castle and the elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion. He did not need to wait until he was killed to understand. Without hesitation, Chunzong activated one of the secret treasures given to him by Elder Tsongxian. The azure feather shield instantly shattered and spread out at an astonishing speed, covering the surface of Chunzong's body. It then spread out again, forming an oval shape. It was like a transparent, grayish-white eggshell that wrapped around Chunzong and protected him. Boom! The terrifying lightning saber light and the astonishing sword light bombarded the gray-dark feather cover at the same time. The dark feather cover only trembled slightly, and 2 ripples spread out. The saber light and the sword light shattered one after another. The Thunder Saber Strike of the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart Triple Sword of the Elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion attacked at the same time. The secret method of Sword Chi Unity was completed. The astonishing sword Chi rippled in all directions, and the long sword trembled violently. Sky-splitting. The terrifying sword light broke through the air like flowing light in the sky. It was a good opportunity, and it was hard to miss it. The two of them had evil intentions. They wanted to kill Chunzong, and they also wanted to kill each other and take everything for themselves. They thought that Chunzong would die after they used their secret treasures. Therefore, they focused on each other and used most of their strength to deal with each other's attacks. It was even more difficult for them to resist Chunzong's sky-splitting sword chi. Horrifying, but it was too late. If they were good at swordsmanship, they would be inferior. They would understand when they were about to die. Then they died. They died because of their self-righteous schemes and Chunzong's tyrannical strength. Chunzong did not stop. He spread his soul sense and searched for a while. Then, he took the weapons and mustard seed bags and left as fast as he could. At the same time, he tried his best to erase his remaining aura. As for the feather shield, Chunzong felt a little distressed when he thought about it. But there was no other way. Under such circumstances, he had to use it. He hoped that there were valuable things in their mustard seed bags. "It's time to leave," Chunzong said secretly and quickly went back along the way. There were dozens of palaces in the Thousand Refined Palace. So far, he had been through more than a dozen palaces and taken all the things in them. Chunzong felt that the most important thing was the 1,000 refined gold. Whether it was the 1,000 refined path, the 1,000 refined gold, the middle-grade spiritual medicine 9 blood, refining rainbow, or the low-grade and middle-grade spiritual sources, Chunzong felt that he had gained a lot from this trip. People should not be too greedy. They should stop before going too far. Thinking about the two people just now, if they had not been too greedy, they would not have died now. Cultivation was about balancing tension and relaxation. Taking was the same principle. Speaking of which, there were dozens of palaces, but dozens of people had entered. He had taken the things in more than a dozen palaces. In this period of time, there was enough time for others to take the things in the other palaces. "Leave the inferior world," Chunzong said secretly. After leaving the inferior world, he would find a relatively safe place to cultivate in seclusion. He would strive to improve his cultivation and strength in a short period of time. However, when Chunzong stepped out of the 1,000 Refined Palace, he felt a wave of coldness sweep over him. It was a strong aura that locked onto him. It was an elder at the peak of the 9th LV of the extreme mortal realm from the Blackwater sect. In addition to him, there were several elders, deacons, and disciples from the Blackwater sect, as well as people from the Thunder Saber Castle, the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, and the Liu family. It could be said that except for those who had died in there, most of them had come out earlier than Chunzong. "Without my permission, no one can leave." The Blackwater sect elder's tone was extremely gloomy and fierce. His cold gaze swept over, making people's bodies involuntarily tighten. Chunzong frowned slightly. His plan to leave early had been interrupted, but he did not do anything. It was true that he was not as strong as the elder. Unless he used the gray feather shield again, he might be able to kill the elder, but it was only a possibility. Fortunately, he did not make a move. He would wait and see. Lu Zongyi walked out with Lu Zhenru. They were also locked onto by the Blackwater sect elders. After a while, no one else came out. They had probably all left. The Blackwater sect still had the most people. Basically, most of the people who had died in the Blackwater sect had died under Chunzong's sword. Other than him, no one else dared to kill people from the Blackwater sect, for fear of being found out and being retaliated against. Of course, it was impossible to not kill at all. When the conflict of interests reached the extreme, anything could happen. Although Chunzong did not leave or speak, his mind was already thinking. This time, many people from the Blackwater sect have died. Who killed them? The elder of the Blackwater sect, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm, glanced at Yi Futian coldly. His tone was even colder, and his killing intent was restrained. "Step out, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your entire sect." The last 4 words made everyone's expression change. They were extremely shocked. Wipe out their entire sect? How terrifying was that? It was definitely not a bluff. The Blackwater sect had this ability. Of course, if it was just an ordinary disciple who had been killed, the Blackwater sect elder would not be so furious. The most important thing was that Han Xiuxia had been killed. Han Xiuxia was the candidate for the next sect leader of the Blackwater sect. He was a top genius who had the potential to be on par with the genius disciples of the top factions. He was extremely important. His death was a great loss to the Blackwater sect. Not only was Han Xiuxia talented, but the Blackwater sect had also put in a lot of effort to nurture him. Now, with Han Xiuxia's death, all their efforts have been wasted. If it were not for the fact that they could not send news back to the sect in this world, they would have done so long ago. However, who would take the initiative to admit that they had killed someone from the Blackwater sect? Shenzong was not willing either. This was inviting unnecessary trouble. Chapter 772. Outside the Thousand Refinements Palace, the Blackwater sect, the Lu family of the Red Valley, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spirit Heart Pavilion each took a side. The atmosphere was bleak. The situation was obviously not good for everyone. Previously, the elders of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart Pavilion, who were at the middle stage of the extreme mortal realm, could have joined forces with Lu Zhongyi. They could have resisted the elder of the peak mortal realm of the Blackwater sect to a certain extent. Unfortunately, they had all died. Lu Zhongyi alone was not the opponent's opponent. In fact, Lu Zhongyi also killed a disciple of the Blackwater sect, but he could not stand out and say that he did it. That would be seeking death. Good, very good. No one wants to admit it, right? The elder of the Blackwater sect was so angry that he laughed. A terrifying aura spread out, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Those with weaker cultivations could not help but tremble. In that case, all of you can die here. Then, the elder raised his hand. The terrifying Blackwater true technique was activated. His entire palm was covered with a black light like water. The coldness in the air became even more intense. He slapped out with his palm and hit one of the deacons of the Lu clan. The deacons were unable to dodge or resist. With a bang, the deacons were sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair. The blood condensed and didn't dissipate, giving off a cold aura. When he landed, his body rolled a few times like a gourd. His limbs were limp, and he could not move at all. There was no life in him. His skin was even bluish. It was normal to be killed with one palm. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. What was shocking was the elder of the Blackwater sect's attitude. If he did not say anything, he would kill them all. Anyway, Han Xiuxia must have died under one of these people's swords. Although not many of these people used swords, and none of them had the ability to kill Han Xiuxia, the elder of the Blackwater sect still needed to vent his killing intent. Then, he raised his hand again. This time, it was aimed at Lu Zhongming. Lu Zhongming's expression suddenly changed. His body trembled uncontrollably. He was indeed the most outstanding disciple of the Lu family. He had some talent and was valued by the Lu family. He had the right to be proud. However, in front of the elder of the Blackwater sect, this pride seemed so fragile. Like smoke, it scattered with the wind. Cold sweat dripped. His face was pale. His pupils contracted rapidly, his hands and feet cold. The shadow of death shrouded him. His mind was completely blank. In front of him, the Blackwater sect elder's palm seemed to become incomparably clear. It constantly enlarged in front of his eyes, and a black light seemed to shine. The fear of death made Lu Zhongming exclaim, I know who killed him." Hearing this, Lu Zhongyi and the others' expressions all changed. The Blackwater sect elder's palm also stopped, but the cold wind blew towards Lu Zhongming, causing Lu Zhongming to tremble. He took a few steps back and almost fell. However, no one laughed at him for his cowardice. "Speak, who is it?" The elder of the Blackwater sect said with a cold tone. "If you can't say it, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. It's him. He's the one who killed them." Lu Zhongming was so scared that he couldn't control his tears and snot. He looked embarrassed, but he pointed at Shenzong and shouted, "I saw him kill 2 disciples of the Blackwater sect with my own eyes. One of them was Lin Mingtang." The moment Lu Zhongming pointed at Shenzong, the elder of the Blackwater sect directly attacked Shenzong, who was retreating quickly, without caring about anything else. The black palm print brought with it a wave of cold, black waves. An angry attack from a 9th-level human realm warrior was very scary. Chunzong could feel the coldness, as if it was going to freeze him and extinguish his life force. The red jade sword was unsheathed, and a powerful sword attack broke through the air. It was extremely hot, like a raging fire. With a boom, the fire sword light was shattered, and the black palm print was shattered at the same time. Although it was an angry attack, it didn't use all of its power. But seeing that Chunzong was able to block his attack, the elder of the Blackwater sect became even more murderous. "Tell me, did you kill Han Xiuxia?" "So what if I did?" As he replied, Chunzong quickly retreated, using his full speed to escape. "You deserve to die." The elder of the Blackwater sect turned into a ray of black light, rolling up waves of violent black waves. His speed was extremely fast, and he wouldn't stop if it wasn't for Chunzong. "Zhengming, you disappoint me." Lu Zhongyi's face was livid, and he angrily rebuked Lu Zhengming. Then he used his movement technique and quickly chased after him. He saw Chunzong as a friend, and now that Chunzong was in trouble, he couldn't ignore it. "Brother Zhengming, you've gone too far." Lu Zhenru's face was complicated. "Ha ha!" Lu Zhengming suddenly laughed crazily. "I've gone too far? How am I going too far? Why should we give him a place in the Lu family? Why should you treat him so well?" In his crazed state, Lu Zhengming blurted out all the words in his heart. Originally, he looked down on Chunzong, thinking that Chunzong would drag him down. Until he was saved by Chunzong, his heart couldn't help but feel complicated. It was a feeling of his pride being crushed. Now that he was facing death, his collapse intensified, and after being rebuked by Lu Zhongyi and Lu Zhenru, he immediately collapsed. Once a person collapsed, they would say anything. Whether it was nonsense or the truth, he poured all out. Everyone looked at Lu Zhengming with disdain, but no one thought about whether they would do the same if they were faced with the same situation. Chunzong's speed was very fast, but the elder of the Blackwater sect was even faster, constantly closing in. The threat that this person brought to him was very strong, and Chunzong didn't have the confidence to defeat him. However, the chill on his back was getting stronger, and he had to fight. Pausing, he formed a seal with both hands and used the Sword Chi Unity secret technique again. This secret technique needed some time to use, and if he only used it when the opponent caught up, he probably wouldn't make it. Since he had decided to fight, he could only seize the opportunity and make a prompt decision. Boom, boom, boom. Violent spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged from all directions. When it was 100 meters away from Chunzong, it was inexplicably affected and turned into sharp sword chi, shooting through the air and pouring into Chunzong's body. As the sword chi entered his body, waves of pain swept through his entire body, but it was obviously much better than before he cultivated the 1,000 Refinements mysterious technique. When all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 30,000 meters poured into his body, the elder of the Blackwater sect also closed in, bringing with him surging black waves, cold and domineering, bombarding. Under the Sword Chi Unity secret technique, Chunzong's strength surged, and the gap between him and the opponent wasn't that big. With a slash of his sword, countless sword chi poured into the longsword, turning into a majestic crimson sword light that blasted out, splitting the black waves and attacking the elder of the Blackwater sect. The elder of the Blackwater sect snorted angrily and waved his hand, turning into a terrifying black blade light, shattering the sword light and rushing towards Chunzong. This move brought out the full power of the peak LV9 extreme mortal realm without any reservation. This person had killed Han Xiuxia and many other disciples of the Blackwater sect, so there was no way he would let him go. Slash, slash, slash. The violent sword Chi Unity secret technique entered the body of extremely powerful sword Chi, constantly clashing in his body, trying to tear Chunzong's body apart. But before Chunzong had obtained the inheritance of the 1,000 Refinements method, he could already endure the Sword Chi Unity secret technique, but not for long. Now that he had made some progress in the path of body refining. His body was a few times stronger than before, so it wasn't that hard to endure it. Although there was still some pain, it was completely negligible. The elder of the Blackwater sect looked gloomy, but the killing intent in his eyes was burning like the sun. Behind him, black waves rippled, and a terrifying cold aura spread out. Palm, claw, fist, finger. One move after another was blasted out continuously, and each move was extremely powerful. The sword chi was shattered, but the next sword chi would arrive in an instant, be shattered, and then come again as if there was no end to it. Blackwater true technique. Skyscraper. The furious elder of the Blackwater sect leaped up, shaking both of his arms. The black waves behind him instantly spread out, shooting up into the sky and turning into a millstone or a whirlpool that spun crazily. It kept expanding until it was 100 meters long, and a terrifying aura suppressed everything, like an ancient black mountain. Chunzong's body sank slightly under the pressure of that shocking aura. The ground around him started to crumble and crack after crack appeared. It was like a spider web that spread out continuously. Not only did it have a terrifying suppressive force, it also had a suction force. This suction force made Chunzong's body feel like it was going to leave the ground and rise into the sky. Around him, pieces of soil slowly emerged from the cracked ground, as if they were being held up by an invisible hand. The bottom of the black millstone vortex had become a strange place. The intertwining of the two forces made Chunzong extremely uncomfortable. His chi and blood were surging, and his sword chi was becoming more and more violent. Slash, slash, slash. Streaks of sword chi tore through the air and struck the blackness, but they were immediately crushed. Chunzong's expression was grave. He slashed out with his sword again. Heart-intense sword questioning the heart. That sword light continued to stretch and twist. It was incomparably mysterious, but it was still crushed and difficult to break through. Die! As the skyscraper rotated, it slowly sank down. The pressure and the suction force grew more and more terrifying. Splitting sky. Another sword attack was unleashed. This was Chunzong's most powerful sword attack. The huge sword light seemed to tear the sky apart. It kept rushing upwards, stretching into the shape of a crescent moon. It was extremely impactful and sharp. However, when this sword attack hit the skyscraper, it only made a crack on the skyscraper. The crack was more than 10 meters long, which slightly affected the skyscraper but couldn't stop it from falling. Chunzong's hair stood on end. He had a feeling that if he was hit by the skyscraper, he wouldn't be able to survive. He might even be crushed into powder. Do I have to use the gray feather shield again? Chunzong gazed at the sky, unwilling to give up. There were 2 gray feather shields left. One could withstand the full power attack of an Emperor Realm Warrior, and the other could withstand the full power attack of an LV3 Sky Profound Realm Warrior. Each one was more precious than the last. Using it on the extreme mortal realm warriors was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If I don't use the gray feather shield, how can I withstand it? I can't use my body movement. The suction force is too strong. It's hard to get away. Squinting his eyes, Chunzong stared at the skyscraper that was falling down while withstanding the incredible pressure. Chapter 773. The skyscraper was dark, heavy, and domineering. It suppressed and crushed everything. However, Chunzong became even calmer in the face of extreme danger. His mind became even more focused as he narrowed his eyes. His pupils were as sharp as needles as he stared at the descending black skyscraper. Rays of light slowly appeared. The rays of light were colorful and faintly discernible. It was very mysterious. In an instant, Chunzong's mind entered a state of emptiness. It was as if he was thinking of nothing, but also as if he could think of anything. Momentum. Momentum of heaven and earth. Inside the skyscraper, there was a strong momentum of heaven and earth. This momentum was cold and domineering. It was the momentum of heaven and earth that he had comprehended after cultivating the Blackwater True technique. It was very strong and was not any weaker than the momentum of flying snow swordsmen. From it, Chunzong seemed to see the movement of the momentum of heaven and earth. When Chunzong understood this point, suddenly, it was as if a mirror had wiped off the dust. It was as if the moon had been seen through the clouds. With a boom, it was as if something had shattered. His spiritual sense was shaken. Under his eyes, the trajectory of the momentum of heaven and earth inside the skyscraper became more and more obvious. When Chunzong left the Tai Yuan Sky sect, he had already comprehended the momentum of sword to the limit of the second level. After that, he had fought with flying snow swordsmen and had a sword discussion. His understanding of the momentum of sword had deepened. He only needed an opportunity. Now, after watching the skyscraper attack of the Elder of the Blackwater sect, under the pressure of life and death, he found an opportunity and made a breakthrough. The third level of the momentum of sword. The wind and clouds were surging. Spiritual chi was surging like waves. He was full of pride. With a thought, more momentum of heaven and earth rushed over. It turned into an invisible sword and merged into the red jade sword. The sword shook violently. The violent sword chi in his body kept pouring into the sword. Splitting sky. Another sword attack was made. This sword attack was even more powerful. The 30-meter sword light was magnificent and domineering. This sword attack already had the momentum of tearing the sky apart. With a boom, a 30-meter long crack appeared on the skyscraper. As it rotated, it kept wriggling as if it was trying to mend the crack. However, there was a terrifying force that prevented the crack from recovering. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong made another sword attack. Splitting sky. The sword light, which was still more than 30 meters long, broke through the sky. This sword crossed with the previous sword and left a cross-shaped sword mark on the skyscraper. The third sword. Splitting sky. The sword slashed at another part of Motion Luo's body and tore it apart. Taking a deep breath, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body once again, replenishing his sword chi. Then, the spiritual energy poured into the red jade sword and slashed out the fourth sword strike. Before he practiced the 1,000 refining mysterious skill, Chunzong's body could only support the sky-splitting sword once. If he used it twice in a row, his body would have to bear a great burden and be injured. Now, after using the sky-splitting sword 4 times in a row, Chunzong only felt a little uncomfortable in his body. At least he could use it again. Compared to before, he was obviously much better. The 4 swords tore through the air and left 2 huge cross-shaped sword marks on the Matian net. The remaining power made it impossible for the Matian net to recover. The suppressive force and the suction force were weakened as a result. They could no longer affect Chunzong. Chunzong had already understood that Motion Luo's suppressive force and suction force were closely related to the force of heaven and earth. Now that his sword force had reached the 3rd level, he could better resist it. Boom! The broken Motion Luo finally fell, but Chunzong shot up to the sky from the sword marks. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled incessantly under the bombardment of the skyscraper. It was as if a great earthquake was occurring. The black light spread out like water. Everywhere it passed, the hard ground would be torn apart and turned into dust. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the huge black light rippled out to a radius of 10,000 meters, causing a destructive blow to everything. Chunzong could not help sucking in a breath of cold air when he saw the scene below from midair. Powerful. The power of this move was indeed terrible. If the sword force had not broken through at the critical moment, he would have had to use the dark feather shield. When the black light dissipated, a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the ground. It was estimated to be 10 meters deep. The edges of the pit continued to spread, one layer after another. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, until 1 meter. It looked like a circular terraced field. This was made by the elder of the Blackwater sect. Chunzong was shocked, and so was the elder from the Blackwater Martial School. He had thought that once he used this move, he would definitely be able to blast the opponent into smithereens. However, in the end, the opponent's four sword strikes had left two huge cross-shaped sword marks that were hard to recover from, and the opponent had even managed to escape from the sword marks. Kill. Shenzong looked down from above and shot down like a comet. His sword broke through the air and unleashed tens of thousands of sword chi. It was incomparably violent and roaring like a hurricane. The sword chi continued to condense in the air and transformed into a dragon that danced in the air and bombarded violently. Landing on the ground, the elder of the Blackwater sect looked serious. The move of Motion Low just now had consumed most of his power. Sky-splitting. After the sword chi dragon, it was the real killing move. The elder of the Blackwater sect had just blocked the attack of the sword chi flood dragon, and his hair stood on end. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately moved away, leaving behind a figure that was slashed by a ray of sword light. The sword light slashed into the ground and left a bottomless sword mark before the figure, turned into a ray of black light and dissipated. The real body of the elder of the Blackwater sect appeared in the distance. His face was pale. Almost. Just a little bit. If he had been hit by that sword, he would not have been able to block it. He would have died for sure. Floating down slowly, Chunzong stared at the elder of the Blackwater sect. He quickly gathered his chi. His sword was like a flame in his hand. "You are not from the Lu family of the Red Valley. Where are you from?" The elder of the Blackwater sect took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous intent. Chunzong looked so young, without any sense of vicissitudes. Therefore, it could be concluded that he was really young, not even 100 years old. Such a person could not be from the Lu family of the Red Valley, nor could he be a rogue cultivator. He must have a great background. Although the Blackwater sect was an upper-rank sect and was the overlord of this generation, the elder of the Blackwater sect knew very well that in this world there were many forces more powerful than the Blackwater sect. Not to mention other continents. Just in this continent, there were no less than 20 sects that were more powerful than the Blackwater sect. If they provoked a force more powerful than the Blackwater sect, it would undoubtedly provoke a strong enemy for the Blackwater sect. It would bring disaster to the Blackwater sect. He is an esoteric disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. A voice came from not far away. It was the second elder of the Lu family, Lu Zongyi. He quickly rushed over and shouted. After discussing martial arts with Lu Zongyi, Chunzong felt that Lu Zongyi was indeed a good person and worth befriending. Therefore, he did not deliberately hide his background. Moreover, Chunzong was not arrogant enough to think that the identity of an esoteric disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect was so unattainable. An esoteric disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. The elder of the Blackwater sect was shocked. His heart beat wildly like a drum. Since his background was revealed, Chunzong did not deny it. His face was calm. Originally, he thought that Chunzong was just an important disciple of some powerful upper-rank sect. He never thought that he was actually an esoteric disciple of one of the top 15 forces of the Kanglan continent, the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. This was a colossus that the Blackwater sect could not provoke. It was a very terrifying existence. No matter which of the 7 mountains of Tai Yuan, they could easily wipe out the Blackwater sect. Moreover, the identity of an esoteric disciple was even more extraordinary. If he was just an ordinary disciple, it would be fine to kill him. The Tai Yuan Heaven sect would not make a big fuss over this. His hair stood on end. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself down, the elder of the Blackwater sect restrained his killing intent. Could he kill him? He did not dare. If he killed him in the subworld, he might not be discovered. However, who knew if those top forces had any means to investigate? If he was discovered, it would be a disaster. Moreover, the other party was very strong. He might have some life-saving trump cards. It was unknown whether he could kill the other party. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the elder's mind. In the end, he decided to give up. You killed many disciples of my Blackwater sect, and even killed the eldest disciple, Han Xiuxia. This is a life and death enmity. However, considering that you are an esoteric disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, this matter will be dropped. The elder of the Blackwater sect was also very straightforward. He indirectly pointed out the scruples in his heart. Okay. Chinzong did not hesitate and directly agreed. There was no hatred between the two of them. Chinzong also did not suffer any losses, so it was fine to drop the matter. Hearing Chinzong agree, the elder of the Blackwater sect breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he turned and left. Both sides reconciled. Lu Zongyi also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Chinzong cupped his hands towards Lu Zongyi. It was somewhat unexpected that Lu Zongyi would come. After all, the Lu clan could not afford to offend the Blackwater sect. I am ashamed. Lu Zongyi had a guilty look. It was because of Lu Zhongming. It has nothing to do with Brother Lu. Although Chinzong was angry, he would not vent his anger on others. If it was someone else, Chinzong would definitely kill him. However, the other party was a member of the Lu clan. He had obtained their quota and owed them a favor. However, this favor was canceled out. Although it was not said clearly, Lu Zongyi could understand and felt very regretful. At this point, Lu Zhongming's actions were indeed wrong. Brother Lu, I will take my leave first. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. Chinzong cupped his hands and turned to leave. Lu Zongyi watched Chinzong leave. Because of Lu Zhongming, Chinzong no longer owed the Lu clan any favors. Unless the Lu clan expelled Lu Zhongming, but that was impossible. Whether they would meet again was still unknown. It was a pity. Seeing Chinzong disappear before his eyes, Lu Zongyi turned to return. This world was neither small nor big. After a period of time, Chinzong saw the entrance. Without hesitation, he followed the entrance and exited. At the entrance, there was a cultivator in the middle stage of the 9th level of the extreme human realm guarding. He was an elder of the Blackwater sect. His aura locked on Chinzong, and he stared coldly at Chinzong as if he wanted to see through Chinzong. Chinzong was not afraid of him. His aura was as sharp as a sword, causing the elder's expression to change. He was shocked and did not dare to make a move. You are a disciple of the Red Valley Lu clan? The elder asked in a dull voice. Why did you come out so quickly? Something came up. Chinzong replied calmly and strode away. Chapter 774. The hill suddenly exploded, and a sharp sound pierced through the air. Immediately, a long howl pierced through the clouds. The howl was vigorous and sharp, and it carried a strong aura. A figure soared into the sky like a sword radiance. Hundreds of meters in the air, Chinzong's figure paused for a moment. Then, he slowly floated down, surrounded by a strong aura. When Chinzong landed on the ground like a feather, his strong aura was completely restrained, and no one could feel any fluctuation. However, Chinzong looked very happy. During this closed-door training, his cultivation had improved, and so had his strength. During the time he left the Tai Yuan Sky sect, Chinzong's cultivation had improved to the early stage of the 4th tier of the mortal realm. He only needed one more aperture to reach the middle stage. Now that his aperture had been opened, he steadily stepped into the middle stage of the 4th tier of the mortal realm. Due to the help of the spiritual medicine in the subworld, the improvement in body refining was more obvious than the improvement in chi cultivation. He suddenly had a strength of 35 pounds. Of course, the improvement in body refining was more comprehensive, but in terms of strength, it was more direct. With a strength of 350,000 pounds and the improvement in other abilities, his body refining cultivation was now equivalent to the 6th tier of the mortal realm. He had completely surpassed his chi cultivation. I must find a way to improve my chi cultivation, or it will become my shortcoming, Chinzong thought to himself. Previously, his shortcoming was his physique, which led to the lack of formless sword force. Now, his shortcoming was his chi cultivation. However, the reason he was able to advance so quickly in the Tao of body refinement was entirely because he'd obtained the inheritance of the 1,000 refinement Tao and experienced 10 levels of tempering, causing his body to be tempered over and over again. After that, he obtained the assistance of the corresponding spirit medicines for body refinement. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts to cultivate, it would take an unknown amount of time to attain his current realm. I'll find someone to refine the nine-blood rainbow into an elixir. By then, I can improve my body refining cultivation even faster, Chunzong thought to himself. He looked at the sky and the surroundings, and after determining the direction, he continued forward. He was going to the Earth Demon Abyss for this training. As for the matter entrusted to him by Tong Tianjindi, Chunzong felt that he was not strong enough to intervene. A profound Heaven Realm warrior was not someone to be trifled with. The most important thing now was to improve himself. As for the matter of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, he would make a trip to the Brightsword continent when the time came and take a look at the situation. It was just that after more than 1,000 years, there was another strong enemy in the profound Sky Realm. He did not know if they still existed. Time flowed like water and sand. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Brother Chun, it won't be long before we reach the demon-suppressing fortress. His name was Hua Wenjun, and he was someone that Chunzong had met along the way. That night, Chunzong was barbecuing meat. Hua Wenjun and his sister were attracted by the aroma, and thus got to know each other. When they found out that Chunzong's destination was the Earth Demon Abyss, Hua Wenjun, who liked to make friends, suggested that they go together. Although Chunzong was used to traveling alone, it was not always the case. As long as he followed his heart, the three of them traveled together. Hua Wenjun did not introduce him and his sister, nor did he ask about Chunzong's background. He was very talkative, so along the way, it was often Hua Wenjun who spoke first. Chunzong was relatively less talkative. Due to his personality, Chunzong was able to converse freely with Hua Wenjun due to the large number of ancient books he had read and his own experience. Hua Wenjun's sister was called Hua Wenqing. She was a very quiet girl, as gentle as the breeze in the mountains, as gentle as the flowing water in the forest. Interacting with her made Chunzong feel quite comfortable. Hua Wenjun's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th tier of the extreme mortal realm, while Hua Wenqing's cultivation was at the beginning of the 3rd tier of the extreme mortal realm. She did not look very old either. With such talent, she could indeed be called a top genius or even a favored child. Earth Demon Abyss. Chunzong's eyes flashed. It should be the last stop of this trip. As for where to go after the Earth Demon Abyss, Chunzong did not have a goal. The Earth Demon Abyss is the only entrance and exit between the underground demon race and Blue Waves continent. If the underground demon race and underground demon race want to enter Blue Waves continent, they have to go through the Earth Demon Abyss. Hua Wenjun spoke frankly with assurance. Therefore, in order to resist the invasion of the underground demon race and underground demon race, all the major forces and powerhouses of Blue Waves continent joined hands and built a fortress outside the Earth Demon Abyss. They named it the Demon-Suppressing Fortress. Demon-Suppressing Fortress, Chunzong muttered. His second senior brother Tangguo was inside the Demon-Suppressing Fortress. The Demon-Suppressing Fortress is impregnable. It has already resisted the invasion of the underground demon race and underground demon race many times. I heard that there are demon hunters and demon-suppressing army in the Demon-Suppressing Fortress, but I'm not very clear about the difference between the two. Can Brother Hua clear my doubts? Chunzong asked. The Demon-Suppressing Army is an army. It was originally created by the Demon-Suppressing Great Emperor. It has very strict discipline. Every demon-suppressing army soldier is a powerhouse among powerhouses. They are very powerful and can easily challenge those of a higher realm. Hua Wenjun's eyes emitted a blazing light. He seemed to yearn for it very much. The demon hunters are a relatively loose organization. The nature of the two is somewhat similar, but they don't belong to the same level. Simply speaking, the demon-suppressing army was higher than the demon hunters. No matter whether you want to become a demon hunter or join the demon-suppressing army, you need to pass a test. However, as long as you have enough strength and courage, you can basically become a demon hunter. However, the demon-suppressing army needs the elites of the elites the powerhouses of the powerhouses. Every demon-suppressing army soldier is at least at the extreme mortal realm. Hearing Hua Wenjun, Chunzong couldn't help but nod his head. In this way, the demon-suppressing army was a high-end military force, and the demon hunters were relatively low-end. If you want to become a demon-suppressing army soldier, you must first become a demon hunter, Hua Wenjun said seriously. Brother's wish is to join the demon-suppressing army, Hua Wenqing said with a slight smile. I also don't know if I can join, Hua Wenjun said with a smile. What are the benefits of becoming a demon hunter or joining the demon-suppressing army? Chunzong asked again. Of course there are. Regardless of whether you're a demon hunter or a demon-suppressing army soldier, you can obtain merit points. And merit points can not only increase your rank, but can also be exchanged for martial arts, spiritual tools, spiritual medicines, pills, and so on. Hua Wenjun clearly understood. In the demon-suppressing fortress, the value of merit points is even higher than spiritual sources. It is the most common currency. Not only can it be exchanged, but you can also hire powerhouses to do things for you. In short, as long as you have enough merit points, you could do many things in the demon-suppressing fortress. Hearing this, Chunzong couldn't help but nod his head. The exchange of benefits had always been a method of intelligent life. It was a kind of instinct. In the extreme west of the Blue Waves continent, there was a stretch of desolation. Not even a blade of grass grew, and all life was extinguished. The ground was dry and cracked, and there was a kind of dark red color. It appeared thick and heavy. Irregular big and small potholes, palm prints, fist prints, finger marks, terrifying claw marks. Countless marks remain on the ground, bearing witness to the great battles and killings of the past. The air was filled with an astonishing killing intent. This killing intent was very chaotic. It wasn't targeted at anyone, but anyone who stepped into it would be affected. Simply speaking, if one's mind and will weren't strong enough, they would be disturbed and slowly become irritable. But at the same time, staying true to one's heart was also a kind of method to temper one's mind and will. This level of chaotic killing intent was nothing to the three of them. Stepping on the desolate ground that was covered in dried blood, Chunzong and the other two walked quickly. Gradually, they saw an outline. It was a black-red outline. Simple, heavy, vigorous, and vigorous. It looked like a huge prismatic city, made up of countless walls, sentry towers, and all kinds of other buildings. It looked like a giant beast of slaughter that was in a deep slumber, able to resist everything. The closer they got, the more oppressive Chunzong felt. His heart was heavy, and even his heartbeat seemed to be affected. Brother Chun, people who come to the demon-suppressing fortress for the first time will feel uncomfortable. They will get used to it slowly, Hua Wenjun said with a smile. Hua Wenjun knew more about the demon-suppressing fortress than Chunzong. Chunzong nodded. He took a deep breath of the air that had a trace of strange smell. The ice-cold air entered his body, and he slowly calmed down. With his outstanding potential and tyrannical physique, Chunzong got used to it quickly. He no longer felt uncomfortable. Hua Wenjun was secretly surprised that he got used to it so quickly. One should know that when he came to the demon-suppressing fortress for the first time, it took him more than 10 days to get used to it. Hua Wenqing didn't understand because this was her first time in the demon-suppressing fortress. Although she already knew, it wasn't easy for her to get used to it. Along the way, Chunzong and the other two saw many people coming in and out. Many of them had a strong murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura was different from the usual murderous aura. It seemed to be gloomier, colder, and bloodier. Ordinary warriors would go blank, and their limbs would be stiff when facing this kind of murderous aura. They wouldn't be able to exert their strength at all. Even Chunzong felt a little uncomfortable when he sensed it from afar. However, it didn't affect him much. It was just that when those people looked over, there was a kind of terrible coldness that made Chunzong's hair stand on end. It was as if he was being stared at by some terrible, fierce beast. Chunzong also noticed that these people with terrible, murderous aura all had a black crescent-shaped badge on their chests. It looked extremely sharp, like a killing weapon. There were blood-red stars on the badge. Some had 1 blood star, some had 2, and some had 3. The more blood stars there were, the stronger the murderous aura. Chunzong thought about it. With a clear mind, Chunzong quickly came to the conclusion that these people should be the so-called demon hunters. The crescent-shaped badge, like a killing weapon, should be the exclusive badge of the demon hunters. The number of blood stars on the badge represented the level of the demon hunter. As for how to increase the level, it should be related to merits. Hua Wenjun had already said this. 3 rookies again. We were rookies too. Some of the demon hunters didn't hesitate to talk when they passed by. If it were someone with a bad temper, they would probably get angry. However, neither Chunzong nor Hua Wenjun were good-tempered people. They wouldn't get angry because of a trivial sentence. Hua Wenqing, with her temperament, wouldn't get angry either. Chapter 775. It's the end of the year. Another year has passed. I've already gotten used to living without money. The 2 majestic gates were over 100 meters tall and incomparably heavy, as if they were 2 ancient giants standing tall, guarding the earth. Chunzong, Hua Wenjun, and Hua Wenqing strode forward, solemnly walking through the ancient giant-like door under the gaze of numerous cold and sharp gazes. As far as the eye could see, the street was incomparably wide, like a square. The ground was paved with huge brown stone slabs that were a few meters long and wide. They were constantly emitting traces of heat. This kind of stone slab was cast from volcanic rock. It was hot by itself, and after being cast, it was incomparably hard. The buildings on the left and right sides were black and red, giving off a dignified feeling. It was as if they were constantly reminding everyone that this was the demon-suppressing fortress, the first line of defense against the invasion of the Blue Waves continent by the demon race and underground monsters. It was also an incomparably important line of defense. On the wide streets, pedestrians came and went. Chunzong also discovered that everyone here was a cultivator and at least had the strength of a pseudo-transcendent realm. 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. There were also many 1st and 2nd extremes, and some 3rd extremes. Even extreme mortal realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. No matter what kind of cultivation or strength they had, each and every one of them more or less carried a baleful aura. Chunzong and the other 2 were different. The moment they stepped into this place, they felt out of place, as if they were 3 drops of clear water in a pool of muddy water. Many gazes were focused on the 3 of them. Some were indifferent, some were mocking, and some were curious. There were also some gazes that fell on Hua Wenqing's face with blazing eyes, as if they wanted to strip her naked. Desire burst out from the depths of their eyes, making Hua Wenqing both embarrassed and angry. Hua Wenjun's figure flashed and blocked in front of Hua Wenqing. He frowned and looked displeased. "Get out of the way." A ferocious and overbearing voice rang out. At the same time, a formidable killing intent surged forward, causing the bodies of Chunzong's team of 3 to involuntarily tighten. They felt their hairs standing on end. This was a natural reaction of their bodies, a form of self-protection. There was a scar on his face that extended from the corner of his left eye. The middle-aged man, with a fiendish expression, walked in front of Hua Wenjun. A terrifying, baleful aura emanated from his body, as though he was a ferocious beast bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. This middle-aged man with a murderous aura had a sneer on his face. His ferocious eyes fell on Hua Wenjun's face, brimming with killing intent. "Rookie, hand over the little beauty behind you. Let me have some fun. If I'm happy, I might even take care of you outside the fort." A burst of laughter sounded from the surroundings. "She is indeed a what's his name little beauty. Idiot, I'm the one who's seductive. If 4th Master Han hadn't made the first move, I would have made my move." All sorts of malicious voices rang out one after another. Every one of them was filled with a thick, evil qi. The aura they emitted made it clear that they were all extreme, mortal realm warriors. "You want to die?" Hua Wenjun's every word was filled with shocking, killing intent. His eyes became dark and deep, like a spinning vortex that absorbed all light. It contained shocking ferocity, causing the scarred middle-aged man's face to freeze, and he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he would be killed if he continued like this. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face. He was only at the 4th level of the extreme human realm. Perhaps at his age, he could be considered a top genius, but so what? He was just a flower in a greenhouse. On the other hand, he was a demon hunter. Moreover, he was not alone. With a change of mind, 4th Master Han didn't have any intention of retreating. Instead, he took a step forward. A terrifying, baleful aura spread out, as if a demon was howling. Hand it over, or the consequences will be tragic. 4th Master Han threatened. His body trembled, feeling as if his body was being torn apart by an invisible sword. He was extremely shocked and couldn't help but take 3 steps back. His expression was uncertain as he scanned the surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on Chunzong. This aura was indeed emitted by Chunzong. His eyes were sharp and flashed with a terrifying cold light, as if they could pierce through 4th Master Han's soul. A chill emerged from the depths of 4th Master Han's soul, freezing his entire body. Even though 4th Master Han had hunted many demons, and his cultivation wasn't weak, at this moment, he felt as if he was facing a powerful demon for the first time. At this moment, a strong, icy aura blew over like the cold wind from the extreme north, causing everyone to involuntarily shrink their bodies. Those demon hunters who were watching the show with ill intentions all had a drastic change in their expressions. They were extremely shocked. It was as if a mouse had seen a cat. Chunzong was also alarmed. His hair stood on end, and his muscles tightened. His tyrannical strength was like a long river flowing endlessly. The red jade sword at his waist was also trembling. His 5 fingers loosened, as if he could pull out the sword at any time and unleash a powerful attack. Hua Wenjun's body was tense, and his hair stood on end. The whirlpool in his dark eyes was spinning faster and faster, and the surroundings were filled with strands of black, dancing in the wind like hair. This kind of aura was different from spiritual energy. It was more domineering and darker. It was as if a metal monster was approaching, and the sound of footsteps was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone looked over and saw a young man wearing black and red armor and carrying a long sword on his back striding over. This young man's eyes were dark, and his face was pale. His expression was cold. His attire was the same as the soldiers they saw at the entrance of the fortress. This person's identity was obvious. Demon Suppression Sergeant. The Demon Suppression Army was the strongest force in the Demon Suppression Fortress. They were more powerful than the Demon Hunters, and also more formal. If the Demon Suppression Army was the formal main force, then the Demon Hunters were like stragglers. The difference between the two was huge. Every Demon Hunter wanted to be a Demon Suppression Sergeant, but most of them didn't have the qualifications. You've all forgotten the rules of the Demon Suppression Fortress, right? The pale-faced Demon Suppression Sergeant spoke slowly. His voice was as calm as water, but it sent chills down people's spines. The surrounding Demon Hunters were pale, and some of them couldn't help but tremble. When facing rookies, they thought that rookies were like flowers in a greenhouse. No matter how talented they were or how good their background was, they would still feel superior. However, when facing a Demon Suppression Sergeant, all their feelings of superiority dissipated like smoke and no longer existed. I wouldn't dare. I just saw that these 2 young brothers are new here and not familiar with them. I took the initiative to get to know them out of goodwill. Mr. Han nodded and bowed. He really didn't dare to go against the Demon Suppression Sergeant. Otherwise, if he was killed here, no one would stand up for him. Even the forces behind him wouldn't be able to get an explanation for him. Even if he could get an explanation, so what? He would be killed anyway. The 3 of you remember, you're not allowed to fight in the Demon Suppression Fortress. If not, you'll be killed without mercy. The Demon Suppression Sergeant's cold gaze swept past Chunzong and the other 2, making Chunzong and the other 2 feel a chill down their spines. For a life-and-death battle, you can do it outside the fortress or apply for the Blood Vengeance Ring. After saying that, the Demon Suppression Sergeant turned and left. With the intervention of the demon suppression sergeant, Mr. Han and the other demon hunters naturally didn't dare to offend him again. They only fiercely glanced at Chun Zong and Hua Wenjun. The murderous intent and threat in their eyes were very strong. Then, they looked at Hua Wenqing. That kind of desire was very obvious, making Hua Wenqing very uncomfortable. Hua Wenjun retracted his aura, and the dark vortex in his eyes dissipated. Hua Wenjun returned to his previous bright appearance. Looking at the demon suppression sergeant's back, a trace of passion flashed in his eyes. This was the demon suppression sergeant, unparalleled in their reputation. Chun Zong was also surprised by the demon suppression sergeant's demeanor, but he was even more surprised by the demon suppression sergeant's strength. As expected, he was very, very strong. He couldn't see the demon suppression sergeant's cultivation level, but he was sure that it was at the extreme mortal realm. Demon suppression army. Chun Zong's heart gradually formed an idea. "Brother Chun, let's go to the Demon Hunter Hall," Hua Wenjun said. "Okay." Chun Zong nodded. To come to the Demon Suppression Fort to train, one must first become a demon hunter. Only then could one gain merits and exchange them for treasures and so on. Becoming a demon hunter was also the first step to joining the Demon Suppression Army. The three of them walked quickly, and they saw a large hall from afar. The large hall stood majestically, made of black and red metal. Its appearance was like an incomparably huge scimitar, standing tall on the ground and pointing straight at the sky. It was incomparably sharp, as if it was going to split the sky open. Looking at the large hall, Chun Zong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He suddenly had an inexplicable feeling, as if he was about to break through some kind of shackles, and some kind of inspiration was about to come out. "It's you guys. How dare you come here?" A voice filled with malice exploded like a sudden clap of thunder, waking Chun Zong up. The feeling that was about to come out also disappeared in an instant. A mouthful of anger suddenly emerged from the depths of his heart and turned into a fierce killing intent. The red jade sword was unsheathed, and it turned into an incomparably sharp sword light that split the heavens and the earth. It carried a heart full of anger as it slashed out. He was so close to breaking through, but was suddenly interrupted. This kind of feeling was definitely unpleasant. Cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents, and interrupting one's breakthrough was even more serious than cutting off one's path to wealth. Chun Zong stopped. Hua Wenjun was shocked and hurriedly took action. He threw out a punch, and a black light broke through the air and hit the red sword light, slightly deflecting it. Fourth Master Han, who had spoken, also quickly dodged in an instant. He was just a hair's breadth away from being hit by Chun Zong's angry sword. A sword mark that was dozens of meters long was left on the hard ground. The terrifying sword chi waves filled the air, and the surroundings were silent. Inside the demon suppression fortress, no one was allowed to fight at will. This was a rule that had been in place for a long time. It wasn't that no one had violated it in the past, but they all ended up being killed by the demon suppression army. Even experts of the profound sky realm couldn't be spared, but that was under the condition that they had killed someone. The terrifying aura was incomparably cold, and it directly locked onto Chun Zong. This kind of pressure made it difficult for Chun Zong to breathe. "Why did you attack?" At the same time, an indifferent voice sounded, questioning Chun Zong. Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing were both very nervous. "You interrupted my epiphany." Chun Zong responded neither slowly nor quickly, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The surrounding people all showed a look of realization, and some of them looked at Fourth Master Han with eyes full of disgust. For warriors, epiphany was very important. It was an opportunity, and it wasn't easy to obtain. Being interrupted in epiphany was a great loss. Chapter 776. The farce ended just like that. However, Grandpa Han's vicious gaze fell on Chun Zong's face, not bothering to hide his murderous intent. However, he couldn't fight here. Otherwise, he would have killed him right there and then. Of course, Grandpa Han had another concern. His opponent's sword was very powerful. If not for his companion's help and his timely reaction, he would have been killed. This meant that this guy was very strong. He might not be able to kill him in the blood vengeance arena. Since that was the case, he would leave the opportunity outside the fortress. "Thank you, Brother Hua," Chunzong said to Hua Wenjun. This time, he attacked out of anger. His sword was very powerful. If Hua Wenjun didn't help in time and slightly deviated the sword light, he would have killed his opponent. Killing his opponent would be gratifying, but it would also cause him a lot of trouble. That aura locked onto Chunzong's body and made him shiver. Even a gray feather shield wouldn't be able to block that attack. It wouldn't be worth it to put himself in a dangerous situation just to kill a scum. This guy deserves to be killed, but not here. Hua Wenjun said, "When we become demon hunters, we can take revenge on him." Taking a deep breath, Chunzong couldn't find the feeling of epiphany. He felt a little regretful, but there was no need to dwell on it. The Demon Hunter Hall had 99 steps in the shape of a half moon. Stepping on the steps, the atmosphere became more solemn. The Demon Hunter Hall's door was wide open. It was 50 meters high and 40 meters wide, allowing many people to enter and exit at the same time. When Chunzong stepped into the hall, he was shocked. It was very spacious, very spacious. The hall was hundreds of meters high, and the dome was covered with blood-red starlight. It was deep and vast, but also infinitely mysterious. The hall was circular, with a diameter of 1,000 meters. There were 4 doors in total, and each door had a plaque with different blood-red words. Demon Hunter Area, Mission Area, Trading Area, Recuperation Area. The 4 areas were different. The Demon Hunting Area was mainly for demon hunters to apply, be assessed, and advance in rank. The Mission Area would give out missions, and those who completed the missions would be rewarded with merit points. The Trading Area was a place for demon hunters to trade with each other. The Recuperation Area was a place for recuperation. It was also a place where demon hunters could drink and chat. Chunzong and the other 2 were not demon hunters yet. Therefore, they could only head to the demon hunter zone. Only after becoming a demon hunter would they be qualified to enter other zones. The application wasn't difficult. All he had to do was pay 100 low-grade spiritual sources and report his name. As for his background, there were no other requirements. The 3 of them were arranged to sit at the side, waiting to be assessed. Other than Chunzong and the other 2, there were 7 or 8 other people waiting. "I wonder if I can pass the assessment this time." Not far away, a young man at the pseudo-transcendent realm whispered, "It depends on luck. If we encounter a monster that's easier to deal with, we might be able to pass the test." His companion shrugged. "Well, it depends on luck." The pseudo-transcendent realm young man was obviously distressed. Immediately, he saw Chunzong and his eyes lit up. He quickly rushed over and sat down beside Chunzong. "Hey, brother, you're also here to participate in the Demon Hunter assessment, right?" Chunzong nodded. "Yes." Hua Wenjun smiled slightly. "Is this your first time participating in the assessment?" The young man asked again. After getting confirmation, he spoke again. "My name is Li Xiao. This is my 3rd time participating in the assessment." "Can the assessment be repeated?" Chunzong asked back. "Yes, as long as you don't die, you can apply for the assessment again." Li Xiao smiled. "The monsters I encountered the last 2 times were too powerful. I couldn't beat them, so I gave up on the assessment. If I didn't give up, I would have been killed. I hope I can encounter a monster that's easier to deal with this time. That way, I can pass the assessment and become a demon hunter." Demon hunters are people who have to face monsters and demons. Only the truly strong are qualified, not a coward like you. Someone next to Li Xiao seemed to be unhappy with his words and immediately mocked him. Li Xiao's face turned red. Basically, it was normal to give up during the assessment when you felt you couldn't beat the monsters. After all, if you didn't give up, you would have been killed by the monsters. In order to survive, you naturally had to give up. It could be called being sensible. However, after becoming a demon hunter and going outside the demon-suppressing fortress to face the underground monsters and demons, you couldn't give up just because you weren't a match for them. The other party wouldn't be merciful. If you couldn't beat them, if you couldn't escape, only death would await you. Therefore, Being a demon hunter was a very cruel profession. If you don't have the determination to fight for survival, you'd better leave here as soon as possible. The person who mocked Li Xiao spoke again. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it was close to the truth. However, this was other people's business. Shenzong wouldn't care about it. Although Hua Wenjun liked to make friends, he was also a good judge of character. The assessment has begun. Follow me. A person from a demon hunter hall walked over, glanced around, and said coldly. Then, he turned around and left, not caring if the others could follow him or not. Everyone got up and followed him. Not long after, they arrived at a side hall. The assessment will start with number 1. The person from the demon hunter hall announced. As soon as he finished speaking, number 1 stepped forward. A transparent light curtain rose, isolating number 1 from the others. An ear-piercing sound was heard. One of the walls of the side hall opened, and a cloud of black smoke billowed out. Within the black smoke, there were 2 fist-sized scarlet lights. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard. It was incomparably ferocious. Immediately, the 2 scarlet lights stretched out in the black smoke, turning into 2 scarlet streamers. A black figure rushed out from the black smoke. It was a ferocious beast that looked like a tiger. However, it looked even more ferocious than a demonic tiger. Traces of black aura lingered around its body. Its body was huge, and there were black bone spurs on its back like crisscrossing fangs. Brother Chun, this is the demonic black mist tiger from the underground. Hua Wenjun stood aside and said. Shenzong nodded. The demonic black mist tiger's aura was not bad. It was almost at the 7-star level. However, an ordinary 7-star level might not be its opponent. In other words, to defeat and kill the demonic black mist tiger, one's strength had to be at the top of the 7-star level. Participant number 1's strength was not bad. He was at the 8-star level. However, when facing the demonic black mist tiger, his expression was cold. His muscles tightened, and a tyrannical pseudo-spiritual power surged in his body. With a roar, the demonic black mist tiger swept over with billowing black smoke. Its huge body brought along a gust of wind. It was not only extremely fast, but also extremely ferocious. In the black smoke, the scarlet lights were blazing. Its terrifying sharp claws quietly clawed at participant number 1. Participant number 1 shouted loudly. His long saber was unsheathed, and with a dazzling saber light, he slashed at the demonic black mist tiger. This slash directly split the black smoke and hit the demonic black mist tiger's sharp claws. The demonic black mist tiger only paused for a moment. Participant number 1 could not help but take a few steps back. His long saber trembled violently, and a burst of counterforce numbed his hand. Shenzong narrowed his eyes slightly. This demonic black mist tiger was like an ant to him. Shenzong did not have to worry about it all. However, the demonic black mist tiger belonged to the lower level of all the underground monsters. The demonic black mist tiger's aura was equivalent to that of a 7-star pseudo-transcendent, but its body was very strong. An average 7-star pseudo-transcendent wouldn't be able to break through it. If this was the normal state, then the strength of the underground monsters' bodies would be stronger than their strength. Participant number 1 was forced to retreat, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he became more and more calm. With a long saber in hand, he moved quickly and nimbly, circling around the demonic black mist tiger. The demonic black mist tiger was also very fast. It turned into a billowing black smoke. Its scarlet eyes danced like streams of light, and its terrifying claws tore the air apart. The saber light spread in all directions. This battle lasted for a while. Participant number 1 finally killed the demonic black mist tiger with his own strength. His body was covered in blood, caused by the demonic black mist tiger's claws. The wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. There was also a trace of terrifying demon chi lingering in the wound, making it difficult for it to heal. Congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming a reserve demon hunter. The person from the demon hunter hall waved his hand, and the light screen disappeared. Immediately, he formed a seal and released a white light, which fell on the wound. With a sizzling sound, the demon qi in the wound was expelled. The assessment begins on the second. Chunzong was number 6, Hua Wenjun was number 7, and Hua Wenqing was number 8. Number 2 was stronger than number 1, and he passed the assessment smoothly. Number 3 was killed because his strength was not as good as the demonic black mist tiger. Number 4 was Li Xiao. I give up the assessment, Li Xiao quickly said. He had no choice. The demonic black mist tiger might not be strong to others, but it was very strong to him, who only had a 7-star battle strength. He had no confidence. Of course, it was also because he was not confident enough. He was afraid of death, so he did not dare to take the risk. Such a person, even if he was given a great opportunity, would not be able to achieve anything because of the lack of courage and momentum. Number 5 was the person who mocked Li Xiao before. He was not weak, with a 9-star battle strength. He killed the demonic black mist tiger with only 2 moves. He glanced at Li Xiao with a sneer and snorted coldly. The assessment began on the 6th, and it was Chunzong. Facing the demonic black mist tiger, Chunzong could feel the terrifying demonic aura rushing toward him. It was gloomy, overbearing, and dark. Chunzong stood still with his sword in the scabbard, looking calm. The demonic black mist tiger roared and rushed toward Chunzong with a gust of chilly wind. Its terrifying demonic aura rushed toward Chunzong like a tidal wave, trying to swallow him whole. Its sharp claws tore the air apart in the black mist, and it came at Chunzong with terrifying power. Chunzong still stood still. He must be scared out of his wits. Maybe it's because it's his first time seeing an underground demon, and he's not strong enough. With this kind of mentality, it's better to just give up. This kind of person should not take the assessment at all. The people from the Demon Hunter Hall also stared at Chunzong with some doubts in their eyes. Although they couldn't see through Chunzong's cultivation, they felt that he shouldn't be weak. Facing the dark mist demonic tiger, he shouldn't be so weak that he couldn't resist at all. Chapter 777. The wind follows the tiger. The cloud follows the dragon. The demonic black fog tiger was extremely fast, and its every move was ferocious and shocking. It brought with it waves of black fog, like a roaring gale, that spread out in all directions and gradually swallowed up Chunzong's figure. But no matter how fast the dark mist tiger was, or how ferocious its attacks were, it couldn't hit Chunzong. It was as if Chunzong was just an illusion. In just a short while, Chunzong had figured out the dark mist tiger's abilities. Indeed, the dark mist tiger's aura was equivalent to a 7-star warrior, but its body was extremely strong, its speed was fast, and its attacks were swift. Coupled with the billowing black mist, a normal 7-star warrior wouldn't be its opponent. Since he had a good understanding of it, Chunzong didn't need to deal with it anymore. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of sword qi tore through the black mist, piercing through the dark mist tiger's claws and forehead. Then it was Hua Wenjun's turn. Hua Wenjun was at the 4th layer of the extreme mortal realm. With a wave of his hand, he killed the dark mist tiger. Hua Wenqing's cultivation wasn't weak either. His strength far surpassed the dark mist tiger, so he killed it easily. Chunzong and the other 2 had all passed the Demon Hunter assessment and became reserve Demon Hunters. Reserve Demon Hunters weren't true Demon Hunters. The purpose of this assessment was to see if the warriors had the courage and ability to face the underground demons head-on. If they didn't, then they should go back to where they came from instead of wasting their time and lives here. Congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming reserve Demon Hunters. The man from the Demon Hunter Hall sneered and said unhurriedly, "But don't be so naive to think that a trainee Demon Hunter is a real Demon Hunter. To become a real Demon Hunter, you still need to go outside the fortress and hunt the corresponding underground monsters. As for what kind of demon you hunt, it depends on your luck." This was the real test, not the so-called assessment. The difference was just one word, but the nature was also very different. What kind of demon to hunt would be decided by drawing lots. Although it was called drawing lots, it wasn't too outrageous. For example, a pseudo-transcendence realm warrior would have to hunt a transcendence realm demon. It was worth mentioning that the cultivators had categorized the underground demons into different levels, with the mortal level being the lowest. However, even the weakest mortal level demonic beast was equivalent to a true martial realm cultivator. Among common grade cultivators, there were also strong and weak ones. The weak ones were equivalent to the early stage of the true martial realm, while the strong ones were comparable to the third stage of the pseudo-transcendent realm. Above the mortal realm was the lower realm, which was equivalent to the transcendent realm. Mid-rank was equivalent to the earth spirit realm. The higher level was equivalent to the profound sky realm. Chunzong drew the single-horned black demon, a low-level underground demon. Hua Wenjun, on the other hand, was hunting the low-grade underground demon, Black Flame Beast. Hua Wenqing, on the other hand, was going to hunt the two-headed fiendish python, a low-level underground demon. The three of them quickly left the Demon Hunter Hall and headed in the other direction of the demon-suppressing fortress. The demon-suppressing fortress had a total of 2 gates. They faced each other, and in the middle was a very wide street. The east gate was the gate through which Chunzong and the others had entered. It faced the Blue Waves continent, while the west gate faced the Earth Demon Abyss. Now, Chunzong and the others were heading towards the west gate. Follow them and wait for them to separate before making a move. Kill the man and capture the woman alive. Fourth Master Han ordered the others as he stared coldly at the backs of Chunzong and the others with a ferocious expression. Fourth Master, let's make a deal. I also want to play with that woman. That's right. This chick is full of life. I can't control myself just by looking at her. No problem. Let's play together then. Fourth Master Han smiled evilly. The west gate and the east gate looked similar, but because it was closer to the Earth Demon Abyss, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the air was less, and the chaotic demon chi was denser. Stepping out of the west gate, they were surprised by what they saw. The ground was scorched black and cracked, as if all life had been extinguished. The air was filled with a fishy smell and dense, chaotic demon chi. Brother Chun, the demon hunter's test, needs to be completed alone. Let's split up here, Hua Wenjun said. With Chunzong's ability, this test shouldn't be too difficult. Even so, this place is dangerous. Remember to be careful. Chunzong said. Wenqing, you have to be more careful. I'll be careful. Brother Chun, be careful too. Hua Wenqing smiled. The three of them split up, each going in a different direction, because the underground demons they were hunting were in different directions. Let's split up. Okay, leave that chick to me. I guarantee I'll bring her back alive without any injuries. The Earth Demon Abyss was divided into 9 levels. Chunzong and the others were at the surface of the Earth Demon Abyss, which was not even the first level. On the surface, there used to be many underground demons that came up from the first level. However, after many years of hunting by the demon hunters, there were fewer and fewer of them. After walking for a while, Chunzong saw an underground demon that was at the mortal level, so he killed it. The deeper they went, the more underground demons they encountered. However, most of them were at the mortal level, and they did not see any lower level ones. There was a time limit for the preparatory demon hunter's test. It was neither too long nor too short, and lasted for a month. In other words, from the time they drew lots to the time they completed the test and returned to the Demon Hunter Hall, they had to finish it within a month. The deeper they went, the lesser the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the air. On the contrary, the concentration of chaotic demon chi was higher. Such an environment was more suitable for underground demons to survive, but it was unfavorable for cultivators. The power of a cultivator was spiritual energy, and the source of spiritual energy was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Without the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for a cultivator to improve their cultivation. It was even difficult for them to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to recover after their spiritual energy was depleted. However, demon hunters also had a corresponding method, which was to absorb the pure spiritual chi from the spiritual source to recover, or to take pills to recover. Between absorbing the spiritual source and taking pills, the latter would recover faster, but it would be poisonous. If too many pills were taken, the poison would settle in the body, and it would take a lot of time to purify it. Otherwise, it would affect the purity of the cultivator's spiritual energy and affect their subsequent cultivation. Although absorbing the spiritual source was slower, it had no side effects because the spiritual chi in the spiritual source was very pure. Therefore, when demon hunters went out to hunt underground demons, they would often bring along the spiritual source and the corresponding pills to use according to the situation. The chaotic demon chi was like a tonic to underground demons, but to cultivators, it was like a poison. If they stayed in the chaotic demon chi for a long time, they would slowly be affected and become weak. If they absorbed the demon chi into their body, it would be more serious. Maybe there's a corresponding way to deal with it, Chunzong thought to himself. With his strong body, this level of chaotic demon chi could not cause any adverse effects. However, Chunzong also knew that if he stayed in the chaotic demon chi for too long, it would be disadvantageous to him. He tried to absorb a trace of the chaotic demon chi into his body, and he felt as if his body was being cut by a sawtooth blade. He could not help but feel pain. However, Chunzong did not expel it. Instead, he carefully felt the various effects of the demon chi after it entered his body. Only then did he expel it. Tearing, pain, erosion, extermination of life. Chunzong could not help but frown. This demon chi was indeed a terrifying force. And this was only the outermost layer of the earth demon abyss. This chaotic demon chi was just leaking out from the earth demon abyss. If it entered the earth demon abyss, how strong would the chaotic demon chi be? He shook his head. These questions were not something he needed to worry about now. It was better to pass the test and become a demon hunter first. Chunzong went to the deepest part of the earth demon abyss and found his target, the single-horned black devil. The single-horned black devil was completely black. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a horse, but it was more ferocious and ferocious. There were bone spurs on both sides of its back and a single horn on its forehead. There were wisps of black smoke surrounding it. Underground demons generally did not have much intelligence, only some bestial instincts. This single-horned black devil stood where it was, constantly inhaling and exhaling the chaotic demon chi. Then, it sensed Chunzong's approach. The aura of a practitioner was incompatible with the chaotic demon chi. Even if Chunzong tried to restrain it, it would be difficult for him to escape the detection of the underground demon once he got close enough. As soon as it discovered Chunzong, the single-horned black demon immediately rushed over. Its four limbs were flying, and its speed was extremely fast. It was like a black bolt of lightning, and it roared with a dense demonic aura. The horn on its forehead was like a blade that cut through the air, leaving a mark in the darkness. The moment he saw the single-horned black demon, Chunzong estimated its level from the fluctuations of its aura. It was roughly equivalent to a third-tier human realm practitioner of an upper-level spirit art. However, the characteristics of a demon allowed it to contend with a fourth-tier human realm practitioner of an upper-level spirit art. The single-horned black devil rushed over in an extremely violent manner. Chunzong drew his sword, and the red sword light broke through the air and slashed at the single-horned black devil. However, the sword light was instantly shattered, and the single-horned black devil's speed was not affected. Master Four said that this kid is very strong and not easy to deal with. Now, it seems like he's just average. Let's wait and see. It's best to wait until he and the single-horned black devil are both injured before making our move. The two men who had followed them in the dark discussed with each other as they stared at the battle between Chunzong and the single-horned black devil. As demon hunters, they knew very well that once they made a move, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If they failed because they underestimated their opponent, then they were demon hunters who had failed. With a loud bang, Chunzong was sent flying by the single-horned black devil. His face was pale, and the hand that was holding the sword unconsciously trembled. This kid's cultivation is only at the early fourth tier of the extreme human realm. Judging from the situation, he probably won't be able to defeat the single-horned black devil. That's great. We don't have to make a move. Slash! Chunzong suddenly shouted, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. From the early fourth tier of the extreme human realm to the mid-fourth tier of the extreme human realm, and then to the late fourth tier of the extreme human realm. The red jade sword shone with a dazzling light. Immediately after, under the shocked gazes of the two demon hunters in the dark, a scarlet sword light that was more than 10 meters long tore through the ground and split the air apart. It carried a terrifying force as it rushed towards the single-horned black devil. The single-horned black devil instinctively felt a strong sense of danger. A trace of black light gathered on its horn, and soon after, it covered its entire body. It then turned into a black lightning bolt and shot out. A series of explosions blasted the surrounding dry ground into many craters. The single-horned black devil was lying on the ground on the verge of death, while Chunzong's face was pale. He was gasping for breath and looked like he had overexerted himself and was injured. Both sides are injured. Chapter 778. Swoosh! Swoosh! When the two figures flashed across the sky like lightning, Chunzong's sharp ears could hear the subtle sound of wind breaking. The corners of Chunzong's mouth curled up slightly. His pale face quickly turned rosy, and his body quickly became weak. He had a bad feeling in his heart, as if he had fallen into a trap. However, he had already shown himself and had nowhere to hide, so he could only kill. In front of them, a red sword radiance flashed, bringing with it a wave of scorching heat. It made the two demon hunters feel that the sword was aimed at them and that they couldn't dodge it. When they wanted to defend themselves, they felt a tearing pain sweep through their bodies. The figure in front of them seemed to be constantly retreating. No, it wasn't that person who was retreating. It was the two of them who were sent flying. Their chests were torn apart by the sword and were dripping with blood. Strong, too strong. With their strength, they couldn't defend themselves. They weren't stupid. They immediately understood that the two of them thought that they were secretly following Chunzong, but they had already been discovered. That was why Chunzong pretended to fight the single-horned black demon to the death. His purpose was to lure them out. Their guess was right. Chunzong's purpose of showing weakness was to lure out the two demon hunters who were secretly following him. After stepping out of the demon-suppressing fortress and parting ways with Hua, Wenjun, and his sister, Chunzong had a feeling that he was being watched. The person who was following him was very experienced and secretive. It was difficult to detect. If it wasn't for Chunzong's strong perception, he might have been tricked. Even so, Chunzong didn't know where the person who was following him was. He could only pretend to be weak to lure him out. With a shake of his long sword, the sword chi pierced through the air and killed the single-horned black demon who was struggling to get up. "Why did you follow me and sneak attack me?" Chunzong asked in return. The two injured demon hunters pulled a long face. Their faces were still indifferent, as if they were unafraid of death. They didn't say a word. "Is it the person who was called Fourth Master Han today?" Chunzong looked down from above. His eyes flashed with a sharp luster, as if he was unsheathing a long sword. Chunzong's words made the two demon hunters' pupils slightly tremble. Immediately, Chunzong knew that his guess was right. It was indeed the Fourth Master Han who wanted to take liberties with Hua, Wenxing, and interrupted his comprehension. An intense killing intent couldn't help but surge in his heart. "Where are you from? What's Fourth Master Han's background?" Chunzong asked again. Fourth Master Han deserved to be killed, but before that, it was necessary to investigate his background. Only then would they be able to make better arrangements. "You want to deal with the Fourth Master?" Suddenly, one of the demon hunters sneered, saying with a face full of ridicule, "We are all members of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad, and the Fourth Master is a relative of our vice captain. Let's stop here, and I will report it. At that time, our Demon Hunt Squad won't cause you any more trouble. But if you kill us, you won't be able to bear the consequences." 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. After muttering to himself for a few seconds, Chun Zong suddenly acted. With a shake of his red jade sword, two sword chi pierced through the air, killing the two demon hunters. If it was a relatively naive person or someone who lacked experience, perhaps they would believe the words of the other party, but Chun Zong wouldn't. These demon hunters were all vicious and merciless. They weren't easy to deal with. If he let them go, not only would they not let this matter rest, it would probably worsen. Taking a step back, even if the other party wanted to settle the matter peacefully, Chun Zong wasn't willing to. Just the fact that he interrupted his comprehension was an irreconcilable enmity. This fourth Master Han had to be killed. With another slash of his sword, he cut off the horned black demon's head. This was proof that he had to hand it over. Chun Zong rapidly searched the bodies of the two demon hunters, taking their mustard seed pouches and other items, before rapidly heading back to the demon-suppressing fortress. Brother Hua and Brother Jun's background is extraordinary, and their strength isn't weak either. They should be able to deal with a sneak attack. Chun Zong thought to himself, but he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Immediately, his eyes flashed with an intense killing intent. If anything happens to the siblings, I will slaughter the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. After getting along with them for a few months, Chun Zong already considered the Hua siblings as good friends. On his return, Chun Zong was even faster. Once again entering the demon-suppressing fortress from the west gate, Chun Zong headed straight for the demon hunting hall. The Hua siblings still hadn't returned. Chun Zong headed to the demon hunting area, taking out the horned black demon's head and handing it over. It's indeed the horned black demon's head. It was killed not too long ago. After verifying it, the demon hunting area smiled. The demon hunting hall naturally had its own methods to verify if it was killed by a single person, if it was killed recently, and so on, to prevent cheating. After passing the verification, Chun Zong became an official demon hunter, receiving the exclusive symbol of an official demon hunter. It was a black crescent insignia with a blood star on it, as well as a booklet introducing demon hunters. This insignia was called the Demon Hunter Seal. Not only was it the symbol of an official demon hunter, it was also a treasure used by demon hunters to communicate and record their contributions. Dripping his blood to become its master, Chun Zong established a close connection with the Demon Hunter Seal. Only the Demon Hunter himself could use it. If he was killed, the Demon Hunter Seal would become an ownerless item, and others wouldn't be able to use it because the Demon Hunter Seal would already be crippled. This method was also to prevent people from taking risks for merit points by killing other demon hunters to steal their merit points. The Demon Hunter Seal wasn't big, and it was made of an unknown metal. It felt cold when he held it in his hand, like water spreading from his palm to every part of his body. Chun Zong couldn't help but shiver, feeling energized. He exerted force with his fingers, but the Demon Hunter Seal was unexpectedly hard. One had to know that Chun Zong's arm strength had reached 350,000 pounds. It was extremely terrifying. 10% of his strength, 20% of his strength, 30% of his strength, 40% of his strength, 50% of his strength. The Demon Hunter Seal didn't budge. Chun Zong didn't continue to try, but instead, he immersed his mind into it. Name: Chun Zong. Level: 1-star Demon Hunter. Contribution: 0. Connection: none. The content was simple. Chun Zong studied the Demon Hunter Seal and information related to demon hunters while waiting for Hua Wenjun and his sister to return. Demon hunters were divided into 7 stars and titled demon hunters. 1 star was the lowest, while 7 stars was the highest. Titled demon hunters were higher than 7 stars. The promotion method was also very simple, which was to earn contribution points. When one's contribution points reach a certain amount, they could apply for promotion in the Demon Hunter Hall's Demon Hunter area. The contribution points needed to promote from 1 star to 2 star was 1,000 points. Killing a common level demon would give 1 to 6 contribution points. After all, there were strong and weak common level demons, and they were divided into 6 levels, which corresponded to the 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars, and the 1st, 2nd, and third levels of the pseudo-transcendent realm. Killing a low-level demon would give 10 to 100 contribution points. Killing a mid-level demon would give 1 to 10,000 contribution points. Killing a high-level demon would give 1 to 100,000 contribution points to 1,000,000 contribution points. As for how to determine a demon's level and obtain the corresponding contribution points, it was determined by the demon hunting seal. In other words, after killing a demon, the demon hunting seal's aura would be activated and come into contact with the demon. It would then make the relevant judgment and increase the corresponding contribution points. This was because most of the underground demons had been recorded. Their appearance, aura, strength, and so on could be found. Every demon hunting seal that recognized its master could be connected to the records of the demon. If one could find a demon that had not been recorded, they would be able to obtain contribution points according to the demon's level. The rewards were quite generous. Brother Chun, a voice sounded. Chunzong looked up and saw the siblings Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing striding over. He let out a sigh of relief and let go of the worries in his heart. I've already obtained the demon hunting seal, Chunzong said as he flashed the demon hunting seal in his hand. Congratulations, Brother Chun. Let's go turn in the mission first. We'll talk about it later. Hua Wenjun smiled. The siblings had also killed the corresponding underground demons. Not long after, the Hua siblings also obtained demon hunting seals and became official demon hunters. Their level was the same as Chunzong's, 1 star. Brother Chun, did you encounter an ambush? Hua Wenjun asked seriously. So, you were also ambushed? Chunzong asked back. His gaze swept past Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing's faces, and the two nodded at the same time. Ambushing the three of us is definitely related to that person, Hua Wenjun said, a gloomy look flashing in the depths of his eyes. Chunzong knew that the person Hua Wenjun was talking about was precisely fourth grandfather Han. It is indeed directly related to this person. Chunzong said, this person is a member of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad and has a certain status. Clearly, although Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing dealt with the ambushers, they didn't force them to reveal their identity. The 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad. Hua Wenjun's expression immediately became serious, as if he knew about this 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad. Brother Chun, for the establishment of a Demon Hunt Squad, the first requirement is that there must be at least 5 people. The second requirement is that one of them must be a demon hunter of at least 4 stars. The third requirement is that they must complete a very difficult mission. Only by fulfilling these 3 requirements can a demon hunt squad be established. Hua Wenjun's words implied that demon hunt squads were not simple and had great strength. The first requirement was the simplest, requiring 5 people. But the second and third requirements were comparatively more difficult. Chunzong didn't have a clear idea about the difficulty of the third requirement, but the second requirement was that they had to be at least 4 stars, which was really not easy. To advance from 1 star to 2 stars, 1,000 contribution points were required. To advance from 2 stars to 3 stars, 10,000 contribution points were required. To advance from 3 stars to 4 stars, 100,000 contribution points were required. With 100,000 merit points, he would need to kill at least 10 peak mid-grade demonic beasts. And peak mid-grade demonic beasts were equivalent to emperors. Demon Hunt squads are also divided into grades, from the lowest to the highest: soldier grade, general grade, and monarch grade. There are over 100 soldier grade Demon Hunt squads. A few years ago, when I came here, I heard about the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad. At that time, it seemed to be a general grade Demon Hunt Squad. A general grade Demon Hunt Squad meant that within the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad, there were at least 5-star Demon Hunters and many Earth Spirit Realm powerhouses. As for whether there were any Sky Profound Realm powerhouses, that was unknown. But any Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse wasn't something the 3 of them could contend against. Brother Hua, what are your plans? Chunzong was astonished at the strength of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad, but didn't show the slightest fear. Chapter 779. The first method is for us to join a powerful demon hunt squad and display enough strength to gain the attention of the demon hunt squad. At that time, it will be easier to deal with the 10,000th demon hunt squad. The second method is to become a demon-suppressing soldier. The two methods mentioned by Hua Wenjun both required time. I am prepared to ask Fourth Master Han for a blood feud. Chun Zong smiled. Brother Chun, you can't do that. Doing so will alert the enemy, and even if we kill Fourth Master Han, we won't be able to avoid the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad's revenge. Hua Wenjun's complexion changed, and he hurriedly stopped him. Brother, I understand what Brother Chun means. Hua Wenqing opened his mouth, his voice soft and his expression calm. That Fourth Master Han is clearly a vengeful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent people to follow us and launch a sneak attack. After failing to launch a sneak attack, he was killed by us instead. This will create a feud between us and the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad. Even if we stop, Fourth Master Han will continue to act, and the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad won't let this matter go. Therefore, I support Brother Chin's method of getting rid of Fourth Master Han first, and then deal with the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad's revenge. Hua Wenqing looked gentle, but his heart was firm. His words were clear, and his vision was even more thorough than Hua Wenjun's, which made Chun Zong slightly astonished. Hearing this, Hua Wenjun also felt that this was reasonable. The feud had already been formed, and whether they killed Fourth Master Han or not, the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad wouldn't let this matter go. After all, the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad's people had failed to launch a sneak attack and were instead killed. Brother Chun, are you confident? Hua Wenjun couldn't help but ask. Yes. Chun Zong nodded. That Fourth Master Han's cultivation was indeed not weak at the peak of the 5th layer of the human realm. Adding to that, he was a demon hunter. His strength was much stronger than ordinary 5th layer human experts, but he was at most equivalent to an ordinary 6th layer human expert. The three of them turned around and headed towards the demon hunt area. Chun Zong directly requested for a blood feud with the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad's Fourth Master Han. This news wasn't a secret, and it quickly reached Fourth Master Han's ears, as well as the other demon hunters. A blood feud. Fourth Master Han's expression was a little ugly. He already knew that the people he had arranged had been killed. Now, the other party actually dared to mention a blood feud with him. Moreover, the person who mentioned the blood feud was the person who had almost killed him with a single sword strike. Thinking of that sword strike, Fourth Master Han's heart still palpitated. As a demon hunter, he had been in the demon-suppressing fortress for a long time. Not only did he have sufficient strength, his eyesight was also outstanding. He didn't have the confidence to defeat the other party. Reject the other party's blood feud? There was no mandatory rule that a blood feud had to be accepted. Usually, when a blood feud was mentioned, both parties had to agree. It was rare for Chun Zong to mention a blood feud without informing the other party first. In order to survive, Fourth Master Han decided to reject Chun Zong's blood feud and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. The news spread quickly. Fourth Master Han actually rejected it. It's very normal. Although Fourth Master Han has some strength, he always bullies the weak and fears the strong. When hunting demons, he always picks those weaker than him. It's not strange that he rejected Xueqiu. For Fourth Master Han to reject Xueqiu, this person's strength must not be weak. Found out. This person's name is Chun Zong. He just came to the demon-suppressing fortress and passed the test to become a 1-star demon hunter. Tisk, Fourth Master Han actually didn't even dare to accept the blood feud of a rookie. He's simply throwing away the face of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. Fourth Master Han is such a coward. Coward. In life, there would always be friends and enemies. Fourth Master Han's enemies ridiculed and slandered him one after another. The Black Palace appeared solemn and serene. The atmosphere was heavy and desolate. A person was sitting on the right side of the main seat. His figure was straight, and his aura was extremely condensed. His eyes were filled with a demonic blade-like radiance. Everywhere he passed, It was as if all living things had been exterminated, turning into ashes. This person's surname was Duan, and his name was Tian Cho. He was one of the two vice captains of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. I heard that you rejected someone else's blood feud. Duan Tiancho's demonic blade-like eyes stared at the person standing below, asking with an indifferent tone. Yes. Fourth Master Han couldn't help but shiver from head to toe. The aura contained within that gaze was really too terrifying. It was as if his body was being dismembered, and even his life force was about to be extinguished. His whole body was incomparably cold. That's because the opponent is very strong. I don't have the certainty to deal with him. Very strong. No certainty. Duan Tiancho's eyes became even colder, making Fourth Master Han's body shiver even more intensely. A trifling one-star demon hunter of the extreme mortal stage actually made you cower. You've thrown away the face of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. Brother-in-law, his strength is really great. He's definitely from a large sect. Fourth Master Han defended himself with a pale face. Accept the challenge. Duan Tiancho directly said, I'll give you a demonic transformation pill. Demonic transformation pill. Fourth Master Han's originally pale face became even paler. His face was filled with shock. Brother-in-law, the demonic transformation pill. I know, but since you don't have the certainty to kill him, you can only use the demonic transformation pill. Duan Tiancho's voice was indifferent, but his attitude was resolute. Don't worry, as long as you kill him quickly, I'll take care of the backlash from the demonic transformation pill for you. You'll be fine after a period of rest. Fourth Master Han's pale face was filled with incomparable bitterness. He knew that although the person in front of him was his brother-in-law, he was also the vice captain of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad and a powerhouse of the earth spirit realm. He always kept his word. Since he had already spoken to this point, he no longer had the right to resist. Even if he looked for his sister, it would be useless. Although using the demonic transformation pill could increase one's strength in a short period of time, there was a great risk. A single careless mistake could cause one to be corroded by the power of the demonic transformation pill, losing one's mind and turning into something like a demon. Brother Chun, this Fourth Master Han first refused Xue Chou, and now he's agreed to Xue Chou's request. I'm afraid he has some tricks up his sleeve, Hua Wenjun said with some worry. No matter. Chen Zong smiled slightly. Since he had already mentioned Xue Chou, how could he be afraid of the opponent's tricks? Xue Chou was a solemn and dignified affair within the demon-suppressing fortress, and was presided over by a demon-suppressing soldier. An enormous octagonal blood-colored arena stood tall, unceasingly emitting astonishing fluctuations of aura. On both sides of the blood-colored arena stood a black stele, with blood-colored characters on each stele. Arena of Xue Chou, worlds of life and death. These two sentences constantly reminded others that stepping onto the arena of Xue Chou was the result of a fight to the death. Around the blood-colored arena, there was a flight of stairs, one level after another, which allowed others to watch the battle. A portion of the Demon Hunt Squad's members had already arrived and were sitting together with the Vice Captain Duan Tiancho as their leader. After all, he had already promised Fourth Master Han that after Fourth Master Han had dealt with the opponent in a short period of time, he would act and deal with the backlash of the demonic transformation pill. Fourth Master Han walked onto the arena of Xue Chou, his cold eyes sweeping past. At this time, the siblings Chun Zong and Hua Wenjun walked over with large strides. After verifying his identity with the Demon Hunt seal, Chun Zong stepped onto the arena of Xue Chou. Brother Chun, you must be careful, Hua Wenjun said solemnly. Chun Zong nodded, and his figure flashed, landing lightly on the arena of Xue Chou, directly facing Fourth Master Han. Fourth Master Han revealed a smile, the scar on his face trembling like a wriggling centipede, looking even more ferocious. Actually daring to start a blood feud with this Fourth Master, you really don't know the difference between life and death, Fourth Master Han said in a vicious tone. I'm very curious. Didn't you already refuse Shueqiu? Why did you agree? Could it be that you found something to rely on? Chunzong asked with a smile that was not a smile. You will soon know what this fourth master is relying on. Fourth Master Han smiled coldly. He believed that with something to rely on, dealing with the opponent wouldn't be difficult. The only thing that worried him was the backlash, and he only hoped that it could be dealt with without leaving any side effects. He had seen with his own eyes the consequences of taking the demonic transformation pill, and just thinking about it made him shudder. The spectators around the arena of Shueqiu, except for Duan Tianqiu, who was at the Earth Spirit Realm, were all at the extreme mortal realm, and there were many pseudo-transcendents. After all, Chunzong was only a one-star demon hunter, a rookie, and Fourth Master Han was only a two-star demon hunter, so they didn't attract much attention. On the arena of Shueqiu, everyone is responsible for their own life and death, and there are no restrictions on methods. No one else is allowed to interfere, and violators will bear the consequences, the Demon Suppression Army officer said coldly. It was normal that there were no restrictions on methods on the arena of Shueqiu, because those who entered the arena of Shueqiu were bound to have a life and death feud. If others interfered, they would have to bear the wrath of the Demon Suppression Army. A long time ago, there were people who relied on their strength and background to forcefully interfere in the arena of Shueqiu. They were still arrogant even after being warned and angered the Demon Suppression Army, who directly dispatched powerhouses to kill them. The power behind them didn't dare to seek revenge, as the Demon Suppression Army was not only powerful, but also had a very deep background. No Demon Hunt squad dared to oppose the Demon Suppression Army, and even a top sect like the Tai Yuan Heaven sect didn't want to be enemies with the Demon Suppression Army. Die! Fourth Master Han suddenly attacked. His palm blade tore through the air, and a silver light tore the space in front of him apart. It carried a shocking power as it ruthlessly attacked Chunzong. A huge silver blade light exploded, carrying a terrifying, baleful aura. This attack, regardless of its timing or power, had reached an astonishing level. Not to mention Fourth Master Han's character. His strength was indeed not weak. This attack fully displayed his cultivation, and its power was even greater, completely surpassing that of an ordinary fifth layer of the extreme human realm. After attacking with his palm blade, Fourth Master Han didn't stop. The long blade on his back was unsheathed, carrying a silver light as it pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. 3 blades in an instant. Soon after, he grasped the large blade with both hands, and a terrifying aura gathered and collided on the blade, bursting forth with astonishing silver lightning. Kill! An astonishing, murderous aura erupted like a volcano. This blade attack seemed slow, but it carried the momentum of a storm like a raging wave. This blade attack gathered all of Fourth Master Han's strength, and was the most tyrannical blade attack. Such a blade attack was enough to completely kill an early 6th layer of the extreme human realm. From the initial palm blade to the following 3 consecutive blade attacks, Fourth Master Han's exquisite martial arts and control over his own strength were all displayed. Coupled with the terrifying, baleful aura, it was even more terrifying. And all of this was for the sake of the final blade attack. The final blade attack was the ultimate move. Chapter 780. The blade light was like lightning, blazing, violent, and domineering. It swept across in an instant, filling up the area and swallowing Chunzong. If it was a normal extreme 6th-stage human realm, even if he wasn't killed, he would be injured and his power would decrease. However, Chunzong's power wasn't something a normal extreme 6th-stage human realm warrior could compare with. Within the lightning-like blade light, a crimson red sword light flashed and slashed across, splitting the blade light in half. It then shot back like a hot knife through butter. The crimson red sword light emitted a scorching heat, boiling the air like water. Fourth Master Han's face turned pale. This sword made him feel an intense sense of danger. Before the sword light even reached him, He already felt like he was going to be split in half. Without any hesitation, Fourth Master Han crushed the demonic pill in his mouth. The moment the demonic transformation pill entered his mouth, a terrifying black aura exploded out of Fourth Master Han's body with a loud bang. It surged out in all directions like a monstrous wave, wave after wave, as if it was endless. Wave after wave of black waves were split by the crimson red sword light. However, there were too many black waves, and they kept weakening the crimson red sword light. Within the black waves, Fourth Master Han's body seemed to be swallowed. Only the rolling black aura was emitting a shocking wave. Dark, cold, domineering, destructive, demonic chi wave. Fourth Master Han actually took the demonic pill. Demonic pill. Around them, the demon hunters realized what was happening and their expressions changed. The demonic pill was a type of pill created by a master alchemist. It was used as a last resort in a battle between demon hunters and underground demons. The side effects were severe. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to take the demonic pill. Fourth Master Han was crazy to take the pill. Demonic pill. Chun Zong heard the demon hunters exclaim. He was a bit confused, but he knew that it wasn't something good. At this moment, Fourth Master Han was surrounded by the black aura, which was very similar to that of demons. Roar. A loud roar came from the black aura. Layers of sound waves rolled out, and a black hurricane roared. The black aura quickly shrunk and covered Fourth Master Han's body. Fourth Master Han's body was faintly discernible. His face seemed paler, and his eyes were deeper. He looked even more terrifying. Dying. Before Zong could carefully observe his opponent, Fourth Master Han, who had consumed the demonic extermination pill, attacked again. He instantly slashed out with his blade, which was also covered by a black aura. It was extremely eerie, and the blade was like a black thunderbolt that pierced through the air. With a boom, it was violent and overbearing, its power unparalleled. The power of this slash was even stronger than Fourth Master Han's previous slashes. After consuming the demonic extermination pill, Fourth Master Han's strength skyrocketed. This strike was just the beginning. Boom! Boom! The broadsword, which was wrapped in black chi, slashed again and again. It was as if a huge wave was crashing down on Chun Zong. The power of each slash was terrifying and could easily kill an ordinary extreme 6-tier human rail warrior. Brother Chun, Hua Wenjun, and Hua Wenqing clenched their fists in worry. Kill, kill, kill. Fourth Master Han's rationality was gradually affected by the power of the demonic extermination pill. He became violent, and his heart was filled with killing intent. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Chun Zong in front of him. After consuming the demonic extermination pill, one's strength skyrocketed, and one would become extremely violent and fearless. The longer one consumed the pill, the greater the increase in strength, but the more serious the corrosion would be. In the end, one would completely lose their consciousness. In other words, after consuming the demonic extermination pill for a long time, one would become inhuman, similar to a demon or a demon. One would become a powerful and bloodthirsty demon. Chun Zong shattered the black blade light one after another, but he could clearly feel that the power of each subsequent slash was increasing. On one hand, he was curious about what the demonic extermination pill was and how it could increase Fourth Master Han's strength by so much. On the other hand, he didn't want to continue the battle. He wanted to end it as soon as possible to avoid any unnecessary changes. With this thought, Chun Zong's body flashed and disappeared under the increasingly violent black blade light of Fourth Master Han. With Fourth Master Han's remaining rationality, he couldn't dodge in time. The crimson sword light flashed in front of him, and, as if it was following the gaps between the blade light, it was extremely light, agile, and sharp. Duan Tiancho spun the two blood-red balls covered in spikes in his left hand as he stared at the battle between Fourth Master Han and Chun Zong. Chun Zong's sudden burst of power made Duan Tiancho's heart skip a beat. In the next moment, Fourth Master Han's blade light stopped. With the blade in his hand, He couldn't move at all, as if he had been immobilized. With a sizzling sound, a stream of blood spurted out from his throat like an arrow shot from a bow. It flew for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. As the blood spurted out, Fourth Master Han's violent, domineering, and cold aura quickly weakened. The black color disappeared, revealing Fourth Master Han's pale face and dim eyes. Finally, he looked at Qinzong. That look was filled with regret, fear, and other complicated emotions. How good would it be if he hadn't provoked the other party so recklessly back then? However, there were no ifs, and there was no medicine for regret. Kacha! At the moment of Fourth Master Han's death, Duan Tiancho crushed the 2 blood-red balls covered in spikes in his left hand. The tyrannical power crushed them into powder, and they fell down from his fingers. With a gloomy expression, his eyes flashed with an incomparably fierce, killing intent. Immediately, Qinzong's whole body tensed up, and his scalp went numb. Following that gaze, he happened to see Duan Tiancho turn around and leave in large strides. Retracting his gaze, Qinzong was prepared to face the 10,000-strong demon hunt squad from the moment he decided to kill Fourth Master Han. Speaking of which, regardless of whether he killed Fourth Master Han or not, the other party wouldn't leave the matter at that. It would be better to eliminate the other party's strength as much as possible. Thinking of this, Qinzong collected Fourth Master Han's blade and mustard seed bag. These were his spoils of war. The surrounding demon hunters all looked at Qinzong with eyes full of astonishment. It was obvious that everyone could feel Qinzong's aura. He was only at the 4th level of the extreme realm of the mortal realm, but he was able to kill Fourth Master Han, who was at the 5th level of the extreme realm of the mortal realm and had taken the demon melting pill. This meant that Qinzong either had an extraordinary background or had received an extraordinary inheritance. Many people's thoughts began to move. Brother Qin, you're really powerful. Seeing Qinzong kill Fourth Master Han, Hua Wenjun let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Qinzong only smiled faintly. He was only at the 5th layer of the human realm. Even if he had taken a demonic transformation pill, he still didn't have the qualifications to be his opponent. Hua Wenqing looked at Qinzong with a smile on his face, feeling extremely astonished. Originally, he thought that Qinzong was stronger than his elder brother, but not by much. But now, it seemed that he was clearly much stronger. Brother Qin, why don't we find a good demon hunt squad to join? Hua Wenjun suggested. Brother Hua, do you have a target in mind? Qinzong asked back. I found a few we can give it a try. Hua Wenjun said with a smile. He had always liked to do things prepared and planned. Hua Wenjun had found 4 demon hunt squads, 3 of which were soldier-grade demon hunt squads, and 1 of which was general-grade. Although the 3 soldier-grade demon hunt squads were not as powerful as the general-grade, they could be classified as demon hunt squads with good prospect for development. And the general-grade demon hunt squad could also be considered pretty good. But unexpectedly, his application was rejected. They actually rejected Brother Qin. Hua Wenjun wrinkled his brows. He looked like a gentle person, but had an unyielding character. He was also quite confident in himself and could be called a top genius. But that Qinzong was not inferior to him and even surpassed him. Such a person was someone most demon hunt squads would be willing to recruit. He didn't expect that the 3 soldier-grade demon hunt squads would directly reject him, while the general-grade demon hunt squad accepted Hua Wenjun and his sister's application, but rejected Qinzong's. Brother, I'm afraid that they don't wish to provoke the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. Hua Wenqing wrinkled his brows. Under normal circumstances, if a newly promoted demon hunter displayed outstanding strength, the demon hunt squads would fight over him to invite him to join. But no one came to invite Qinzong, just as Hua Wenqing said. The reason was very simple. The 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad was one of the more powerful demon hunt squads in the demon-suppressing fortress. If they recruited Qinzong, it would be tantamount to standing on the opposite side of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. The majority of demon hunters understood very clearly that they shouldn't rashly make enemies with others. Maybe a weak person today might surpass them in the future. This was a kind of cautiousness. Of course, not all demon hunters would think this way. For example, fourth grandfather Han, who is now dead. The 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad was a general-grade demon hunt squad. Among the 30 or so general-grade demon hunt squads, they could be considered among the top 10. Naturally, the soldier-grade demon hunt squads wouldn't dare become enemies with them, and the majority of general-grade demon hunt squads wouldn't be willing to make such a powerful enemy for no reason. As for monarch-grade demon hunt squads, every one of them was extremely powerful and didn't need to put the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad in their eyes. However, for today's battle, even the general-grade demon hunt squads didn't come, to say nothing of monarch-grade demon hunt squads. Furthermore, monarch-grade demon hunt squads were powerful and had a deep foundation. They wouldn't necessarily take a fancy to Chun Zong, who was hiding his strength. If you don't want to, then forget it, Chun Zong said with an unconcerned smile. Being a freelance demon hunter isn't bad either. Okay, then let's be freelance demon hunters, Hua Wenjun said with a smile. That won't do. Brother Hua, since that general-grade demon hunt squad is willing to recruit you, you'd better bring Wenqing with you. Chun Zong replied with a smile. No need to worry about me. Killing Fourth Master Han wasn't my full strength. Moreover, in this demon-suppressing fortress, I also have a senior brother for my sect. The senior brother Chun Zong spoke of wasn't the senior brother of the extreme Yuan Heavenly Sect, but a genuine senior brother. The head disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, Tanghua, was his own senior brother. According to his master, his senior brother Tanghua was in charge of the Earth Demon Abyss all year round, and should be in this demon-suppressing fortress. However, ever since Chun Zong became the disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, Tanghua had yet to return to his sect. And with the Blue Feather Mountain Lord injured and the whereabouts of his second senior brother Feng, Shige, unknown, Chun Zong had no way to get in touch with Tanghua directly. But then again, Chun Zong didn't care too much about this. If he could get in touch with him, then so be it, but if he couldn't, then so be it. Chapter 781. After bidding farewell to Hua Wenjun and his sister, Chun Zong went back to walking alone. Should I hunt demons to earn merits? Chun Zong thought to himself as he strolled along the wide street. He had to have a goal. He couldn't just walk around aimlessly. That would be a waste of time. Let's go to the Demon Hunter Hall first. Chun Zong thought of the things he got in the 1,000 Refinement subworld. He should make good use of the 1,000 refined gold and the top mid-grade elixir, the 9 Blood Rainbow. If he could forge the 1,000 refined gold into a sword, he would be able to increase his combat strength. If he could refine the 9 Blood Rainbow into an elixir, he would be able to improve his body refining skills and improve his cultivation base. In addition, he also needed to cultivate the 4th level of the art of spiritual refinement, which would further refine his spiritual sense and solidify it. He needed to perfect the Mind Sword Dao, and so on. Chun Zong realized that there were still many things he needed to work on. One step at a time. Chun Zong was speechless. There were too many things he could cultivate. Each of them required time and energy. He felt like he couldn't do 2 things at once. Suddenly, Chun Zong thought of the Tower of Ascension. The Heaven Ascending Pagoda indeed existed in his sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, the refining speed was too slow. Up until now, he had only refined 1/10 of it. Chun Zong did not know how long it would take to completely refine the Heaven Ascending Pagoda. Fortunately, the Tower of Ascension required a cultivation base of the Earth Spirit Realm to drive it. As he pondered, Chun Zong headed towards the Demon Hunter Hall. Merits were very common in the demon-suppressing fortress. They were even more valuable than spiritual sources. Therefore, the more merits he had, the better. He went straight to the mission area. Other than directly killing demons, there were also ways to earn merits by completing missions. The combination of the two would maximize the benefits. There were many demon hunters in the mission area. On each wall was a mission panel. There were a total of 3 mission panels, which corresponded to different mission levels: low level, mid-level, and high level. Low-level missions were mainly for 1-star to 3-star demon hunters. Mid-level missions were for 4-star to 5-star demon hunters, and high-level missions were for 6-star to 7-star demon hunters. Of course, high-ranking demon hunters could also accept low-level missions, but very few demon hunters would do so as the rewards were too low. As for the titled demon hunters that were 7-star and above, even if they had missions, they wouldn't announce them. The contents of the missions were scrolling slowly on the 3 mission panels. There were many demon hunters standing in front of each panel. Each of them was emitting a shockingly chaotic aura wave and had a strong, murderous aura. Some of the demon hunters carried traces of chaotic, demonic aura in addition to the demonic aura. They must have just returned from outside not long ago, as the chaotic, demonic aura on their bodies had yet to dissipate. After a quick glance, Chunzong's eyes fell on the lower mission panel. With his current demon hunter level, he could only accept the missions on this panel. 10 devil mist flowers, 10 contribution points. Time limit, 7 days. Harvesting 5 stalks of blackbone grass, 10 merit points. Time limit, 10 days. Many of the missions were related to the harvesting of herbs. The environment of the Earth Demon Abyss was different from many other places. The herbs that grew there absorbed the chaotic demonic aura and contained a certain amount of chaotic demonic aura. To normal cultivators, it was like poison. However, there was no lack of outstanding alchemists who could refine different herbs according to the ratio, turning the unfavorable situation into an advantageous one. The harvesting missions on the lower mission panel were basically for low-level demonic herbs. The contribution points awarded weren't many, and the time limit wasn't long either. Other than harvesting missions, there were also hunting missions. For example, killing a certain type of demonic creature, obtaining a certain part of the demonic creature's body, and so on. The lower missions were basically harvesting missions and hunting missions. Some missions had a limit on the number of missions, but some were long-term missions that didn't have a limit on the number of missions. Anyone who met the requirements could accept them. With my abilities, it's easy to advance to 2-star, Chunzong said to himself. Killing a low-level demonic creature would give at least 10 merit points, and the upper limit was 100 points. Advancing to 2-star required 1,000 merit points, which wasn't difficult at all. It only took a little time. Chunzong simply swept through the missions on the lower mission panel. As long as he felt that the harvesting and hunting missions were suitable, he would accept them all. After all, even if he couldn't complete the mission, there wouldn't be any losses. In an instant, there were more than a dozen missions in Chunzong's demon hunting seal that had yet to be completed. Following that, Chunzong went to the trading area. What was the purpose of becoming a demon hunter? It was to cultivate, to sharpen oneself, and also to obtain merit points. He could buy all kinds of useful items in the trading area to make himself stronger. There were more people in the trading area than the mission area. The trading area was divided into 2 parts. One part was the Demon Hunter Hall's trading platform, where the items owned by the Demon Hunter Hall were sold, regardless of whether it was martial arts or treasures. The other part was the free trading platform, where demon hunters could consign the items they wanted to sell, and after the appraisal by the Demon Hunter Hall staff, the price would be fixed and the corresponding fee would be collected. Demon hunters who wanted to buy could come here to search. In addition, there were 2 huge panels, each of which was divided into 100 boxes. Inside each box was a clear picture of a treasure, as well as a concise introduction. The panels would be flipped every 30 breaths of time, changing to other treasures, making it more convenient for demon hunters. It was worth mentioning that the merit points obtained through trading couldn't be counted into the Demon Hunter star rank, to prevent some people from using this method to cheat and increase their star rank. While Chunzong was browsing in the trading area, the atmosphere in the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad was cold and desolate. The 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad had a captain and 2 vice captains. Under the vice captains, there were 7 large teams, and each large team was divided into small teams in good order. At this very moment, One of the vice captains, Duan Tiancho, was sitting on the second seat, spinning a blood-red ball with sharp spikes in his left hand. The sound of friction was very ear-piercing, making people's scalps numb. This kind of ball was made from the horn of a powerful demon. Below him stood 3 people, 3 of the 7 captains. Each of them had a demon hunt seal with 4 blood stars on it, and each of them was surrounded by an incomparably shocking wave of killing intent. Monitor Chun Zong's every move. As soon as he leaves the demon-suppressing fort, you will immediately take action. Cripple him and bring him back alive. I want to personally deal with him. Duan Tiancho's voice was low, and his eyes were as tyrannical as a demonic blade. As he swept past them, the 3 captains at the Earth Spirit realm all tensed up. 4th Master Han was not only a member of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad, but also his own brother-in-law. Although he didn't live up to expectations and wasn't very strong, only able to fight against someone at the early stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm with his cultivation at the peak of the 5th layer of the mortal realm, no matter what, he was killed, and this grudge had to be avenged. The reason why the 3 captains at the Earth Spirit realm had to personally lead the squad was to prevent any accidents. Everyone knew that a genius like Chun Zong would definitely have some trump cards. If not for his status, Duan Tiancho might have personally acted. Don't worry, Vice Captain. We will cripple him and bring him back, and let you do whatever you want with him. The 3 captains expressed their views one after another. To tell the truth, dispatching 3 captains at the Earth Spirit realm to deal with a rookie demon hunter at the extreme mortal realm was really a waste of their talents. If word got out, they would probably be laughed at. But Duan Tiancho was a man of his word, and his orders had to be obeyed. Unless the captain spoke, the other vice captain's objections would be useless. Ta-ta-ta. Muffled and powerful footsteps could be heard from outside the hall, and with a certain rhythm, the 3 captains' expressions changed. That was because their hearts seemed to be beating in sync with the footsteps out of their control. Duan Tiancho's face flashed with a trace of graveness, and his demonic blade-like eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the entrance of the hall. This sound was the sound of combat, shoes stepping on the ground. According to Duan Tiancho's knowledge, no one in the entire Demon Hunt squad wore combat shoes. In fact, among all the demon hunters, the number of people who wore combat shoes was very few. The only people who were truly equipped with combat shoes were demon suppression soldiers. Could it be that the one who came was a demon suppression soldier? Just as this thought flashed in his mind, a figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes along with the muffled and powerful footsteps. In an instant, Duan Tiancho's pupils contracted, and the pupils of the 3 captains also contracted, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Ha! What wind has blown, sir, here? Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." Duan Tiancho's face twitched slightly, but he still stood up and squeezed out a smile, taking large strides to welcome him while speaking politely. "Duan Tiancho, there are some people who you can't deal with as you please." The newcomer had an indifferent expression, but his eyes contained a trace of rumination. "What does sir mean?" Duan Tiancho wrinkled his brows slightly and asked back. "You can deal with this person, Chun Zong, but you can't send anyone above the extreme mortal stage." This demon suppression soldier didn't have the slightest intention of beating around the bush, and directly spoke, causing Duan Tiancho's expression to change greatly. "Sir, this person has only just become a demon hunter. Don't tell me that the demon suppression army wants to protect him." Duan Tiancho's expression changed greatly. "This doesn't conform to the rules. I'm only passing on the words of the 9th Battle General of the 4th Army's Battle Dragon Division to you. As for whether you want to listen or not, that's up to you." This demon suppression soldier didn't have the slightest intention of arguing with Duan Tiancho, and immediately turned around to leave with large strides. Only the sound of his heavy and hard footsteps could be heard, as if they were stepping on everyone's hearts, incomparably oppressive. "Damn it!" Duan Tiancho's brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes flickered with a frenzied, killing intent. "Vice Captain, A large captain spoke up carefully. How do you think we should handle this? The demon suppression army had actually intervened, and a battle general at that. This was something that had to be considered carefully and carefully considered. The demon suppression army had a strict hierarchy. The lowest level was a soldier and was divided into 6 ranks. For example, the demon suppression soldier that had just arrived was a 4th rank soldier and had a cultivation level of the earth spirit realm. Battle generals were above soldiers, and their status was even higher. Correspondingly, their cultivation level was higher, and their strength was greater. The 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad couldn't afford to offend even the weakest battle general, or it would be a disaster for them. Taking a deep breath, Duan Tincho's expression returned to normal, but the killing intent in his heart grew even more violent, and his eyes grew even colder. Chapter 782. You actually want the 3 of us to deal with a rookie. Isn't that too much of a waste of talent? A middle-aged man with a short stature of less than 1.6 meters, but was very strong like a rolling steel rock, grumbled. You short tiger, don't complain. This is the order of Vice Captain Duan. You should know Vice Captain Duan's temperament, so we have to do it well. The one who spoke was tall and thin, with a smile on his face. Speak less, do more. The third expressionless man said coldly. The 3 of them had different appearances, but their bodies all emitted shocking auras. On the demon hunt seal on their chests, there were 3 blood stars, indicating that they were 3-star demon hunters. The star level of a demon hunter was actually related to their cultivation level. 1 star to 3 stars were basically the extreme mortal realm, and 4 stars were usually the earth spirit realm. This was because the promotion between 3 stars and 4 stars was not as easy as before. Apart from having enough contribution points, one also needed to complete corresponding missions. These missions were impossible for the majority of extreme mortal realm experts. Because the difficulty of the missions between 3 stars and 4 stars was too high, many demon hunters within the demon suppressing fortress were stuck at 3 stars. Although they were all 3 stars, there were differences in strength. Currently, these 3 were considered to be at the peak of the 3-star demon hunters. So many people recognized them. However, it was very normal for demon hunters to join hands to hunt demons, so no one paid any special attention to them. However, there were people watching them in the dark. General, the demon hunt squad, Duan Tiancho, has sent out Short Tiger, Long Tiger, and Quang Tiger. A figure walked out from the shadows, cupping his fists and reporting. The 3 tigers of Wanzhong are all at the peak of the 9th rank of the extreme mortal realm. The one called General had a tall stature, looking incomparably bold and powerful. He stood at the window with his hands behind his back. Outside was a corner of the demon-suppressing fortress. His voice was deep and vigorous, and when he opened his mouth, there was a feeling of muffled thunder. Yes, that demon-suppressing soldier's tone was firm. You'll go personally. If my junior brother is unable to resist the 3 tigers of Wanzhong, you will act. The tall and robust figure said, Remember, don't act unless you really have no way to resist. Yes. With that, the demon suppression sergeant took a few steps back and disappeared into the shadows. Junior brother, since you chose to come here, you should be prepared to face all dangers. Grow well and don't disappoint me. If you display enough strength and gain my approval, I will use all my connections to let you join the demon suppression army. 10 black fog flowers and 5 black bone grasses have been harvested. 20 merit points have been earned. Shinzong put the 5th black bone grass into his mustard seed bag and said with a smile. Now, in his demon hunting seal, the 0 merit points had increased to more than 100 points, all of which were obtained from killing underground demons. As for the merit points from completing missions, they could only be obtained when he returned to the demon hunting hall and turned in the missions. Let's try to get more than 1,000 merit points on this trip, Chunzong said to himself. Kill, kill, kill. Chop, chop, chop. The demons on the surface of the earth demon abyss all came from the first layer. Most of them were ordinary demons, with a few low-grade demons. Even if they were low-grade demons, they were not strong. If Chunzong was willing to go all out, he could easily kill them in one move. After killing them, he would stimulate the aura of the demon hunting seal to come into contact with the demons and obtain the corresponding merit points. The merit points in the demon hunting seal kept increasing, surpassing 200, then 300. It was the easiest to increase between 1 star and 2 stars. With a flash of his sword, a low-grade demon was killed, and its eyeballs were dug out by Chunzong. This was a requirement for a mission. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of applause suddenly sounded, startling Chunzong. He immediately turned around and saw a figure. The moment he saw the figure, Chunzong's heart skipped a beat, and his hair stood on end. It was a fierce tiger with a long body, and it was walking on the ground. As its body swayed slightly, it emitted a terrifying aura, causing Chunzong's muscles to tense up. With another flash, the fierce tiger disappeared and was replaced by a tall and thin figure. His hands were clapping, making waves of applause. The smile on his face let Chunzong know that this person was not a friend, but an enemy. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's heart calmed down, and his tense muscles relaxed a little. However, this kind of relaxation was not because he was relaxed, but because he wanted to attack better. Young but powerful. You must have an extraordinary background. The tall and thin man was Chong Hu, one of the 3 tigers of Wanchong. He squinted his eyes and smiled. His tone was light, as if he was chatting, but it made Chunzong's muscles tense up again. Danger, a strong sense of danger, spread from the bottom of his heart. Chunzong also found that he could not see through this person's cultivation, but he was sure that he was in the extreme mortal realm. "You're from the Wanchong Demon Hunt Squad?" Chunzong asked while thinking quickly. "Are you thinking of how to get away?" Chonghu did not answer Chunzong's question, but asked back. The smile on his face became more and more obvious, full of playfulness. "In front of us, unless you're in the Earth spirit realm, you can't escape." Chunzong was slightly startled. He felt 2 other extremely terrifying auras coming from the other side. Sweeping his eyes over them, he felt his blood run cold again. It was as if he saw a violent tiger and an incomparably strong tiger striding towards him. Their frightening auras were locked on him from afar. The sense of danger these 2 gave him was no less than the one in front of him. His heart couldn't help but sink. "Chonghu, why are you talking so much with this rookie? Just cut off his head and bring it back. Don't waste time," the short and stout tiger said in a stern voice. An extremely terrifying killing intent spread out as if it was real. It carried waves of chilly wind as it bombarded Chunzong. When it swept past Chunzong, Chunzong only felt a strong numbness spread all over his body. Moreover, a cold chill spread all over his body, as if it wanted to freeze his blood, stiffen his muscles and thoughts. Soon after, another extremely violent killing intent attacked Chunzong's body, causing the numbness and coldness to intensify. Just this killing intent was enough to make an ordinary extreme mortal realm powerhouse lose all ability to resist. It could be seen how strong the killing intent was. Pure yang blood and qi instantly spread out, dispersing the intense numbness and coldness. The tyrannical spiritual energy was like a surging river. His spiritual sense swept out, and the 3 tyrannical forces merged in an instant, transforming into an illusory sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. After the terrifying, illusory sword energy traveled all over his body, it instantly spread out, transforming into invisible but extremely sharp sword energy. It cut open the hard ground around them and quickly spread to the feet of the 3 men. The 3 tigers of Wanzhong were all shocked. The strength of this aura had reached the 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. In other words, when Chunzong fought with 4th Master Han in the Blood Hatred Arena, he didn't use his full strength. Chunzong's qi cultivation was at the mid-4th tier of the extreme mortal realm. His body cultivation was equivalent to the 6th tier of the extreme mortal realm. His spiritual sense was even stronger than an ordinary ninth tier of the extreme mortal realm. The illusory sword energy formed by the combination of the three forces was even stronger, allowing Chunzong's strength to reach the mid-ninth tier of the extreme mortal realm with an upper-level spiritual art. "You two hold the fort for me. I'll kill him." Kwang, whose voice was filled with indifference and madness. His eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pounced forward. Roar! The terrifying roar of a tiger was extremely violent. A shocking murderous intent mixed with a monstrous evil spirit, coupled with Kwang, whose own strength, condensed into a figure that pounced forward like a ferocious tiger descending from a mountain. Chunzong's hair stood on end. He felt as if he had met a ferocious tiger in the forest when he was still very weak. That terrifying aura had made him unable to move and terrified. Alarm bells were ringing madly in his heart. Chunzong knew that even if his current strength was much stronger than when he was in the Red Valley, it still wasn't enough to deal with such a strong opponent. The three tigers of Wanzhong practiced an upper-level spiritual art, and their cultivations had reached the peak ninth tier of the extreme mortal realm. In addition, they had been in the demon suppression fortress for many years and were experienced demon hunters. Their strength was much stronger than those who practiced an upper-level ninth tier of the extreme mortal realm. Even an ordinary extreme ninth tier of the extreme mortal realm was no match for them. As soon as Kwang Hu made his move, Chunzong knew that he was in great danger this time. It was even more dangerous than when he faced the elder of the extreme mortal realm from the Blackwater sect in the Thousand Refinements world. This was because the elder of the extreme mortal realm from the Blackwater sect was no match for Kwang Hu. There was a fundamental difference between the two. However, even if he knew that he was no match for Kwang Hu, Chunzong couldn't give up without a fight. Under the gaze of the other two strong opponents, he couldn't escape. Thus, he was in a desperate situation. The more desperate the situation was, the more his potential would be stimulated. He would fight to the death and fight to his last breath. Chunzong immediately gave up on any thoughts of luck. His heart was cold, and his consciousness was highly focused. With the red jade sword in his hand, his aura became incomparably condensed. His aura was like a sharp sword that soared into the sky, and was even sharper than before. This scene caused Long Tiger and Short Tiger's pupils to shrink. They absolutely didn't expect that in front of the three of them, Chunzong would not only not be defeated, but also have a high fighting spirit. His aura became even more condensed. This kind of person's future achievements were limitless. Currently, the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad had an unresolvable enmity with this person. If they couldn't kill him, in the future, when this person matured, he would inevitably bring great trouble to the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad, and could even lead to their annihilation. Because of this kind of talent, there was a great possibility for him to join the Demon Suppression Army in the future. Compared to the Demon Suppression Army, the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad didn't count for much. Only if the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad could they become a Monarch-grade Demon Hunt Squad, would they have the qualifications to talk to the Demon Suppression Army. However, to promote the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad to the Monarch grade was just too difficult. According to the current situation, it would be impossible without at least 100 years of hard work. Kill. This person must die. The killing intent on Long Hu and Short, whose faces became even more obvious, and their baleful aura became even more fierce. Kwang Hu also knew this, and thus his attack became even more concentrated. Turning into a peerless wild tiger, it carried an incomparably terrifying power, attacking Chunzong. This move was enough to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the extreme mortal realm who cultivated a high-grade spiritual technique. Chapter 783. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The ferocious tiger, accompanied by Devil Chi, pounced. Chunzong was highly focused. All his fear and worry disappeared, replaced by determination, faith, sharpness, and the sword. With my sword in hand, my heart is fearless. The red light was blazing and filled the world. It turned into a majestic sword light and rushed out with an indomitable momentum. This sword was not light at all, nor was it agile. It did not change according to one's will. It was as if it had broken away from the mind sword principle. However, Chunzong felt that he had broken through the shackles. His realm was instantly sublimated. The spiritual power in his body surged uncontrollably and rushed to the next aperture point. However, Chunzong did not feel any of this. He did not pay attention to it. He was wholeheartedly focused on this sword. This sword was highly condensed, incomparably powerful, overbearing, and sharp. It contained everything in the world. This sword was also the sublimation of the mind sword principle. It was different from the heart questioning. There was something mysterious about this sword. Cut! In an instant, the majestic crimson sword light rushed forward with unparalleled momentum and fiercely slashed at the figure of the ferocious tiger. There was a loud explosion. The sword light was shattered. The figure of the ferocious tiger paused for a moment and then pounced again. With a boom, Chunzong flew backward and spat out blood. That sword was powerful, but it was not enough to fight against the opponent. He was thrown dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. He rolled uncontrollably and quickly turned over. He knelt on one knee and supported himself with his sword. His black hair was messy and blood was dripping from his mouth. It was too powerful. Even though that strike was very powerful, it could only weaken a portion of its power. The remaining power directly bombarded his body. If it were not for the low-grade spiritual armor blocking a portion of the power, and if it were not for the 1,000 refinements Tao that he had obtained and cultivated to a certain level, his body would have been directly blown apart by this strike. Weak. His strength was still too weak after all. Chunzong's heart was filled with the desire to pursue power. His aura became even more condensed and sharp. The red jade sword hummed incessantly as a terrifying, formless sword chi spread out, slicing in all directions. It was as if everything around him would be torn to shreds. The three tigers of Wanzhong were even more shocked. Not only did this person not die after taking a direct hit from the berserk tiger, but he was also able to emit such a powerful aura. It seemed that he was even stronger than before. Even though the wild tiger's attack was only 80% of its power, it was enough to destroy a peak 9th-tier human realm practitioner who cultivated an upper-level spiritual art. Unable to kill Chunzong, Kwang was both surprised and annoyed. With a boom, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. It was incomparably violent. Vaguely, the roar of a ferocious tiger seemed to resound through the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding demonic aura to become even more chaotic as countless storms swept up. Mad Tiger, 10,000 strikes. He growled word by word in a low voice, and his momentum was as shocking as the roar of thunder. Vaguely, an invisible aura condensed above the Mad Tiger, and condensed into a black and red tiger that was more than 10 meters long. It emitted a monstrous rage and killing intent, and locked onto Chunzong, who was 100 meters away. The terrifying impact of the aura directly shattered Chunzong's aura. Then, it seemed that Chunzong's body was going to be smashed into pieces. In the next moment, Chunzong's shattered aura was condensed again, but it was defeated again. The tiger above the Mad Tiger became more and more solid, and the impact of the attack also became stronger. It once again shattered the aura that Chunzong had condensed again and again. Bearing the terrifying aura of the Mad Tiger, Chunzong, who was unwavering, slowly straightened his body. Trembling, he stood up little by little, as if he was holding up a part of the sky. Even if the sky fell down, it would not be able to crush my body. Blood kept flowing out from the corners of his mouth, and he could not stop it. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a mad demon. However, Chunzong's eyes were even brighter, emitting an incomparably terrifying light that could penetrate everything. His gaze made the three tigers of Wanzhong feel an inexplicable sense of fear. What a piercing gaze! In the shadows, a figure who had completely concealed his aura was silently shocked. He had been there from the beginning, but hadn't made a move. This was because the general's orders were as such. Unless Qinzong was truly unable to fight back, he could only watch from the sidelines. At such a close distance, for someone of the Earth Spirit realm like him, he could have saved Qinzong in the blink of an eye if he'd made a move. When he'd first felt Qinzong's aura, he'd felt that Qinzong was definitely not a match for the Mad Tiger, and that he might have been killed in an instant. Therefore, he'd already made preparations to save him. What he hadn't thought was that Qinzong would be able to withstand the Mad Tiger's tyrannical blow. Although he seemed to be heavily injured, he'd actually withstood it. In addition, his aura continued to condense, becoming stronger and sharper, as if a long sword had been sharpened. This was a kind of metamorphosis that came from the depths of one's soul. A successful metamorphosis would be of great benefit to one's future training. His aura condensed again and again, shattering and condensing again and again. It was even more condensed than the last time. Qinzong was still conscious, but he couldn't deploy the secret method of sword aura. First, this was the Earth Demon Abyss. The chaotic demonic chi was denser than the spirit chi of the heavens and earth. The prerequisite for deploying the secret method of sword aura was sufficient spirit chi of the heavens and earth. Without sufficient spirit chi of the heavens and earth, the secret method of sword aura wouldn't be of much use. On the contrary, if he absorbed the chaotic demonic chi into his body, it would bring great trouble to himself and severely affect his strength. Second, even if he ignored the corrosive impact of the chaotic demonic chi, Qinzong wouldn't have the time to deploy the secret method of sword aura after being locked down by the aura of the three tigers of Wanzhou. Of course, the first reason was the most important. If it wasn't for this reason, he would have still been able to successfully deploy the secret method. The 10-meter-long, fierce tiger seemed to have materialized, as if it were a true violent tiger. It leapt into the air and came crashing down like a meteor, its aura soaring to the heavens. Mad Tiger's 10,000 volley kill. This was the most powerful move of the three tigers of Wanzhou. Before it arrived, its terrifying aura had already shattered the ground around Qinzong inch by inch, layer by layer. Qinzong's aura was once again defeated. His body swayed like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. This move, the person lurking in the dark shook his head slightly. He quietly mobilized his strength, ready to rescue Qinzong at any time. The defeated aura condensed again, unprecedentedly powerful. The red jade sword bloomed with an unparalleled light. This light was monstrous, like a scorching sun in the sky. The aura of the red jade sword was fully released, and the power of the red jade sword was fully condensed. Under normal circumstances, when a transcendent realm master used a spirit artifact, he wouldn't go beyond the limit of the power of the spirit artifact. This was because that would damage the spirit artifact's spirituality. In serious cases, the spirit artifact would be reduced to a piece of scrap metal. But now, he couldn't care less. If he didn't use all his strength, he might die. Slash! The crimson sword light shocked the heavens and earth, tearing everything apart and slashing out. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light collided with the wild tiger, shattering inch by inch, turning into a red light that spread out. The wild tiger was also affected and gradually faded. Boom! The sword light was completely shattered, and a terrible force blasted towards Qinzong, trying to blow Qinzong to pieces. In an instant, the person lurking in the dark moved. His figure flashed and turned into a shadow, appearing beside Qinzong and directly grabbing Qinzong's shoulder. At this time, Qinzong's consciousness was not clear. He only felt his shoulder being grabbed, but he didn't feel the slightest murderous intent from this person. His spirit sense left the dark feather shield. Just a moment ago, Qinzong was about to activate the dark feather shield to resist the opponent's attack. Ooh, chase! When the three tigers of Wanzhou saw that Qinzong was about to be killed, an unforeseen event occurred. Unexpectedly, he was rescued by someone. They were enraged. Immediately, They erupted with their fastest speed and chased after him. What they didn't know was that the person who saved them was an earthly spirit realm expert who could shrink the ground into an inch. How could they possibly catch up with him? In just a few breaths, the three of them found that they had completely lost sight of him. They couldn't even sense his remaining aura. The three of them had no choice but to stop, their expressions grave. Who did this? Short Tiger's face was ashen. Let me know who it is. I won't let him go. Wild Tiger was even more furious. He had saved Chinzong with a single blow. This person is most likely from the Demon Suppression Army. Long Tiger was more rational, his eyes flashing. The Demon Suppression Army. Wild Tiger was even more furious. The Demon Suppression Army intervened in this matter. Short Tiger was furious, but he also started to think. They didn't know what was going on. We can only say that it might be someone from the Demon Suppression Army, but we can't rule out other people. Long Tiger said again. After all, they didn't see it clearly and were only guessing. Without evidence, it was just a guess. A guess couldn't become a fact. If they went to the Demon Suppression Army based on a guess, not only would they not get anything out of it, they would also attract unnecessary trouble. Their Wanzhong Demon Hunt Squad was indeed tyrannical, but the Demon Suppression Army was even more tyrannical. The three of them knew that no matter whether the person who saved Chinzong was from the Demon Suppression Army or not, they had already lost the chance to kill Chinzong. They couldn't help but feel angry and a shadow cast over their hearts. Chinzong's talent was too shocking. Such a person had survived and was an enemy of the Wanzhong Demon Hunt Squad. In the future, he might bring great trouble to the Wanzhong Demon Hunt Squad. Not to mention the distant future, just the fact that the three of them had chased after Chinzong meant that they would definitely be retaliated against in the future. The three of them clearly understood that if they didn't have a great opportunity, they would be stuck at the extreme mortal realm for the rest of their lives, with no hope of reaching the Earth Spirit Realm. And it wouldn't be too difficult for Chinzong to reach the Earth Spirit Realm. Let's go. No need to think too much. We'll report this matter and let Vice Captain Duan worry about it. Long Tiger said. The three of them had no choice but to leave this place and return to the Demon Suppression Fortress. The illusory figure carried Chinzong and flew past at an astonishing speed. Gradually, Chinzong recovered a bit of his strength and took out some pills to take. That sword strike just now had depleted his spiritual sense and spiritual energy. Even his tyrannical chi and blood were nearly depleted. There was not much left of his powerful body refinement strength. His entire body was limp from head to toe. Frankly speaking, this was an excessive consumption of spiritual energy. If he didn't replenish it in time, it would very likely leave behind negative effects. Fortunately, Chinzong didn't lack spiritual energy replenishing pills. Chapter 784. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Bang! The hard wooden table was smashed to pieces by the palm, and the terrifying shockwave caused the floor, which was as hard as steel, to collapse. The hall shook incessantly, as if it was about to collapse. The ball made of demon horns was once again turned into powder, scattering on the ground. Duan Tiancho's complexion was ashen, his eyes filled with extreme anger and killing intent, his chest heaving up and down rapidly. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. Duan Tiancho roared angrily, his eyes scarlet, like an angry beast about to devour its prey. Duan Tiancho was almost certain that the person who saved Chinzong was someone from the Demon Suppressing Army. But so what? If he had irrefutable evidence, combined with the previous warning, he would have a reason to go to the Demon Suppressing Army to seek justice. But without sufficient evidence, he could only rely on guesses. Even if his guesses were true, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from going to the Demon Suppressing Army. First, they sent someone to warn him not to dispatch powerhouses above the extreme mortal stage to kill Chinzong. Good, he sent the three tigers of Wanzhong, the strongest extreme mortal stage powerhouses in the Wanzhong Demon Hunt Squad. He originally thought that he would be able to kill Chinzong, But unexpectedly, he was saved instead. The 9th General of the 4th Army's War Dragon Division, Duan Tiancho, gnashed his teeth in hatred. He finally understood that his actions were considered a form of training for Chunzong. This was the only explanation. Not being able to kill his enemy and being treated as a form of training, Duan Tiancho had never encountered such a sullen situation before. Even when his cultivation wasn't high, he had never encountered such a situation. Only, who was this 9th General of the 4th Army? Why did he want to protect Chunzong? Duan Tiancho didn't know. You are the eldest senior brother? Chunzong looked at the tall and sturdy man in front of him in astonishment, asking in reply. That's me. Tang Guo smiled, his voice loud and clear. Tang Guo was wearing a black full body armor of the Beast Devourer. He looked very dignified, and his aura was condensed and overbearing. He was emitting waves of tyrannical aura. There was no doubt that this full body armor was a spiritual artifact. Moreover, it was not as simple as a low-grade spiritual artifact. Behind him was a cloak that looked like it was stained with blood. It was also emitting waves of tyrannical spiritual weapon fluctuations. It was not as simple as a low-grade spiritual weapon. He looked like he was in his 50s, and his face was very ordinary, but he contained a dignified aura. His appearance was indeed 80 to 90% similar to the portrait his master had shown him. Chunzong greets eldest senior brother. Chunzong saluted. Junior brother, there's no need to be so polite, Tang Guo said with a smile. He had already understood the course of events clearly. From this point, it could be seen that Chunzong's talent and potential were extremely shocking, far above his own. Even so, Tang Guo was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy. He was happy for his master because he had received such a brilliant disciple like Chunzong. He was also happy for himself because he had such a brilliant junior brother. Although he did not return to the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, Tang Guo would contact his master every once in a while. He also learned about his junior brother's character and so on from his master. Now that his master was in a coma due to the demonic poison and the backlash from the forbidden technique, Tang Guo was constantly working hard despite his worries. However, it was too difficult to obtain the antidote for the demonic poison. He had yet to achieve this goal. Junior brother, please sit, Tang Guo said, and sat down on a chair behind a table. Actually, junior brother, when you became a demon hunter, I heard about you. However, I couldn't confirm it at that time. After all, there are many people with the same name in the world. Thank you, senior brother. Hearing this, Chunzong knew that his eldest senior brother must have given orders. Otherwise, he would not have paid special attention to his name. I truly confirm that it was you, junior brother, on the Blood Show arena. Tang Guo smiled again. After confirming that it was you, I did not immediately meet you because I knew that Duan Tiancho from the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad would definitely take revenge on you. So Tang Guo explained what he had done to them. Senior brother acted on his own. Junior brother, please don't blame me. In the end, Tang Guo said apologetically, for senior brother to remember me and even protect my life, junior brother can only be grateful. How could I blame you? Chunzong hurriedly bowed. This was the truth. In this world, there was no such thing as love or hatred for no reason. If they were not fellow disciples, Tang Guo would not have paid attention to him and paid attention to him. You and I don't need to be so polite. Tang Guo smiled. Right, eldest senior brother. Is second senior brother also in the demon suppressing fort? Chunzong thought of second senior brother Feng Shige and asked, your second senior brother has indeed come to the demon suppressing fort. However, he is not in the demon suppressing fort now, but in the earth demon abyss. Tang Guo's expression was solemn. Because of the demonic poison in master's body, us fellow disciples are all working hard. Your second senior brother's purpose in entering the earth demon abyss is to pick the demonic medicine needed to refine the demonic poison antidote. Hearing this, Chunzong's expression became somewhat gloomy. The reason why Master did this was to protect him. In other words, if not for him, Master would not have fallen to such a state. Junior brother, You don't need to blame yourself. Tang Hua saw through Chunzong's thoughts at a glance and comforted him. Master is very happy to accept you as his disciple. He has told me more than once that you are his pride and that you should not disappoint him. If you feel guilty and uneasy, then work harder to cultivate and become stronger so that you can obtain the demonic poison antidote from Master. I will not hesitate to die a horrible death, Chunzong said solemnly. Junior brother, what do you think of the demon-suppressing army? Tang Hua changed the topic. To be honest, senior brother, I don't know much about the demon-suppressing army. I can't talk about it, but I admire it, Chunzong said. Then, if you were given a chance to join the demon-suppressing army, would you be willing? Tang Hua asked again. I am willing, Chunzong answered. The reason why he came to the demon-suppressing fort was to train and become stronger. Training was not limited to killing demonic creatures. There were other aspects, such as exchanging merits and so on. He became a demon hunter because of this. If there was a chance to join the demon-suppressing army and become a higher existence than demon hunters, Chunzong naturally would not reject it. Under normal circumstances, demon hunters are required to reach a certain level and pass through many strict tests before they are qualified to join the demon-suppressing army and become a member. Tang Hua said in a serious tone. Therefore, every demon-suppressing army member has a high cultivation level and powerful strength. They are the elites of the elites. Demon hunters cannot compare to them. Senior brother, what's the lowest cultivation level in the demon-suppressing army? Chunzong couldn't help but ask. From what I know, the lowest cultivation level in the demon-suppressing 5 armies is the peak of the 4th level of the mortal realm. However, they're very powerful and can at least cross a level and kill a normal peak of the 5th level of the mortal realm. Tang Hua said, Junior brother, is your cultivation level at the mid-4th level of the mortal realm? Chunzong nodded. Junior brother, you've also cultivated the path of body refining, right? Tang Hua asked again and received an affirmative answer from Chunzong. No matter what, Junior brother's cultivation level is at the mid-4th level of the mortal realm. However, you can combine it with the path of body refining and unleash the strength of a normal 9th level of the mortal realm. You can even fight against Kuang, who are the 3 tigers of Wancheng. This shows how extraordinary you are. With Junior brother's ability, the demon-suppressing swords tests are nothing. Tang Hua smiled. Senior brother, the demon-suppressing army has strict rules. If you want me to join the demon-suppressing army without any prerequisites, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Chunzong asked in reply. It will be a little difficult, but it's okay. I can handle it. Tang Hua waved his hand and said directly. His tone was firm because he had already decided to use his power and ability to make Chunzong join the demon-suppressing army as soon as possible. Junior brother, you don't need to worry. As long as you don't lose the prestige of our blue feather mountain after joining the demon-suppressing army, everything will be fine. Chunzong didn't know how difficult it would be, but he guessed that it wouldn't be that simple. However, since his senior brother didn't want to talk about it, Chunzong also couldn't ask more. He could only make up his mind that if he joined the demon-suppressing army, he would definitely not lose the prestige of the Blue Feather Mountain. This wasn't only for the Blue Feather Mountain, for his master, for his senior brother, but also for himself. Before you join, let me introduce you to the demon-suppressing army. Tang Hua smiled. The origin of the demon-suppressing army was first established by the demon-suppressing Great Emperor. Its purpose was to guard the Earth Demon Abyss and prevent the underground demon race and underground demons from invading the Blue Waves continent, causing destruction and massacre. In the beginning, the demon-suppressing army was formed by members of various sect forces. As it developed, some loose cultivators gradually joined and continuously strengthened the demon-suppressing army. The current system of the demon-suppressing army is very complete. The demon-suppressing army is a general name. Internally, it is divided into 5 armies. They are respectively called the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th armies. This name is not a ranking, but the order of establishment. In the demon-suppressing army, the general commander is the most respected. The first general commander was the demon-suppressing Great Emperor. Under the general commander, there are 5 generals. Each of the 5 generals is in charge of an army. The 5 generals are all emperor-level experts. Hearing this, Chenzong was shocked. The 5 generals were all emperor-level experts. Without a doubt, the general commander was also an emperor-level expert. In the demon-suppressing army, there were 6 emperor-level experts. Although the Tai Yuan Heaven sect was so powerful, there were only 2. Under the general commander are the titled generals. Currently, there are a total of 18 titled generals in the demon-suppressing army. Every one of them has reached the late profound sky realm. According to Chenzong's knowledge, there were no more than 10 people in the Tai Yuan Heaven sect who had reached the late profound sky realm. Under the titled generals are the battle generals. Battle generals are divided into low, middle, and high ranks. Most of the battle generals are in the early to middle profound sky realm. Senior brother, are you a battle general? Chenzong's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked. That's right. I was promoted to a low-rank battle general not long ago. Tang Guo smiled and said, however, I haven't reached the profound sky realm yet. I'm only an emperor in the earth spirit realm. Emperor level. Chenzong couldn't help but gasp. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Tang Guo. This eldest senior brother of his was actually an emperor-level powerhouse. The potential of an emperor-level expert was much greater than that of an ordinary profound sky realm expert. Their status was also invisibly higher. It wasn't too special for an emperor-level expert to become a battle general. Chapter 785. Added to last night's update, the Demon Suppression Fortress was huge, like an ancient giant beast crawling on the ground, guarding an area. There are a few places in the Demon Suppression Fortress that were very famous. One of them was the Demon Hunter Hall. The Demon Hunter Hall was only accessible to warriors who applied to become demon hunters and real demon hunters. The other was the Demon Suppression Barracks. Compared to the Demon Hunter Hall, the Demon Suppression Barracks was more mysterious because ordinary warriors were not allowed to get close. Even demon hunters were not allowed to get close if there was no important matter, let alone enter. The Demon Suppression Barracks was mainly black, and the flag was blood red. It was said that it was dyed with the blood of the demons. The demons underground were different from the demons underground. They were stronger and were the real enemy of the cultivators. They could even command the demons underground to attack the surface world. Compared to the demons underground were stronger and more cunning. Stepping into the Demon Suppression Barracks, Chenzong felt a chill in the air. Even the air seemed to be covered with a faint layer of scarlet. This was an extremely strict place. Kill! A series of uniform shouts suddenly sounded. The sound waves blended into one and shook the earth. The terrifying, murderous aura filled the air. From afar, Chenzong saw a red mist condensing in the sky like a ferocious beast, roaring and brandishing its claws, wanting to kill everything. Chenzong's body trembled involuntarily. His hair stood on end, and his muscles tightened. The tyrannical power in his body surged involuntarily, ready to attack at any time. Junior brother, relax. Tang Guo smiled. When I first stepped into the Demon Suppression Barracks, I was even more nervous than you. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the cold, bloody smell in the air into his body. His muscles slowly relaxed. If it was an ordinary warrior who came here, he would not be able to withstand such a terrifying aura and would fall to the ground. If his cultivation was too low and his willpower was not strong enough, he would probably be shocked to death. Senior brother, what was that? After Chenzong calmed down, he was still surprised. That was the Demon Suppression Barracks drill. Tang Guo smiled. Drill? Chenzong was surprised. It was just a drill, but the aura was already so terrifying. If it was a real battle, wouldn't it be even more horrifying? After stepping into the barracks, Chenzong looked in the direction of the murderous aura. He could see blurry figures that seemed to be shrouded in blood. The Demon Suppression Barracks occupied a vast area. It was divided into 5 barracks. Tang Guo took Chun Zong to the 4th barracks. Tang Guo's status in the barracks, but there were many people who were higher than him. After all, warlords were divided into 3 grades. Tang Guo was only a low-grade warlord. Above the warlords were the titled warlords and army commanders. As for the mysterious army commander, it was said that he was in seclusion and rarely appeared. Chun Zong. Junior brother, wait for me here. There were 2 armored demon suppression barracks guards at the entrance of the barracks. When they saw Tang Guo, they bowed slightly. About half an hour later, Chun Zong was summoned. With a solemn expression, Chun Zong stepped into the barracks under the watchful eyes of the 2 demon suppression barracks guards. Darkness and light alternated. Chun Zong felt 2 blazing rays of light fall on his body. They were extremely domineering and sharp, as if they were going to pierce through him. Instantly, his hair stood on end, his muscles tightened, and his bones emitted bursts of explosive sounds. His chi and blood surged, and his spiritual power surged. Muffled thunder rumbled in his body. Very strong. The person who was staring at him was very, very strong and terrifying. Chun Zong knew that even if he used the highest level dark feather shield, he wouldn't be able to defend against the opponent's attack. Seems okay. Immediately, the gaze became reserved. The pressure on Chun Zong was greatly reduced. Then, a slightly hoarse voice sounded. "Ha! General Nangong, my junior brother Chun Zong is very talented. He's even more talented than me. What he lacks now is only time and opportunity." Tang Guo stood on the side and said with a respectful smile. Sitting on the main seat was a figure that was not very tall. In fact, he could only be considered to be small and skinny. He appeared to be very old and somewhat stooped. His pair of eyes appeared to be dim and lifeless, with a hint of turbidity. This old man was wearing black armor and a blood-red cloak draped over his back. Although he looked very thin and ordinary, Chun Zong didn't dare to underestimate him. First, his senior brother called him a general. In other words, he was one of the 18 titled generals in the demon suppression barracks. His cultivation was at least in the 7th level of the heavenly profound realm. Second, Chun Zong wouldn't forget the gaze just now. It was so terrifying that it felt like it was going to pierce through him. Standing there quietly, Chun Zong didn't say a word. General Nangong's cloudy eyes moved away from Chun Zong and fell on Tang Guo. He asked again, "General Tang Zhan, have you made your decision?" "I made my decision," Tang Guo replied seriously. "In that case, let your junior brother enter the 4th Army's Hidden Dragon Division first," General Nangong said. "Yes." Tang Guo bowed and left with Chun Zong. Chun Zong also bowed to General Nangong. Then he turned around and followed his senior brother out of the military palace. The demon suppression barracks was divided into 5 armies. Each army had its own division. The Hidden Dragon Division was one of them. Tang Guo had already explained it to Chun Zong in detail. The divisions in each army were the Hidden Dragon Division, the War Dragon Division, the Diligent Dragon Division, and the Piercing Dragon Division. Each division was clearly separated. They each had their own duties and were related to each other. As for the Hidden Dragon Division, it was the most special division. It was directly under the 5 armies, but it was separated. It was in charge of the training of new recruits. After the recruits were trained well, they would be sent to the other divisions of the 5 armies. The Hidden Dragon Division was in charge of collecting and organizing information. Then, it would inform the War Dragon Division and the Piercing Dragon Division. The War Dragon Division was in charge of fighting. They were in charge of defending against the invasion of the underground demons and the underground demons. The Piercing Dragon Division was also in charge of fighting. However, they were different from the War Dragon Division. They were better at attacking from 1,000 miles away and killing with one strike. If the demon suppression sergeants of the War Dragon Division were warriors in charge, then the sergeants of the Piercing Dragon Division were assassins. Lastly, the Diligent Dragon Division was in charge of logistics. They were in charge of distributing resources to the other divisions. Chun Zong had just joined the demon suppression barracks. Naturally, he had to enter the Hidden Dragon Division first to receive some training. After the training, He would be assigned according to his performance. The senior brother Tanguo belonged to the War Dragon Division. He was the 9th general. The other 8 generals of the War Dragon Division were all in the profound sky realm. Junior brother, after entering the Hidden Dragon Division, train well. Tanguo said. Don't worry, senior brother. Chunzong said. The training will last for half a year. After half a year, there will be a test. If you pass the test, you will participate in the competition. If you don't pass the test, you will be assigned to other places. Tanguo said again. Junior brother, you must remember that no matter what the training is, you must do your best to complete it. Strive to achieve the best results. Under Tanguo's guidance, Chunzong entered the Hidden Dragon Division. Chunzong nodded. After arranging Chunzong into the Hidden Dragon Division, Tanguo left. He still had other things to take care of. As for other things, Tanguo didn't give Chunzong extra care because he didn't need it. Arranging Chunzong into the Demon Suppression Barracks was only to reduce Chunzong's time, so that he could get in touch with the higher-ups faster. As for other things, Chunzong had to work hard to fight for them. This was also in line with Chunzong's intention. Right now, you are only a reserve sergeant. Only after you pass the training can you be promoted to a first-grade sergeant. After that, your promotion will depend on your contributions. The person in charge of receiving Chunzong in the Hidden Dragon Division said to Chunzong. Chunzong nodded to show that he understood. In the Demon Suppression Barracks, the highest rank was General Commander, then Grand Conferment, 3rd Grade Battle General, and finally Sergeant, which was divided into 6 grades. Every battle general had risen from the ranks of soldier. From tomorrow onwards, you will be training with the other recruits. This is your equipment. Remember to bring it. Because Chunzong used a sword, he was given a black long sword and a simple black armor. The hardness and toughness of the long sword and the armor reached the level of a low-grade spiritual weapon, but they didn't have the spirituality that a spiritual weapon should have. Therefore, they weren't considered low-grade spiritual weapons. The long sword and the armor were only for training. After becoming a reserve demon suppression sergeant, he would be given 100 merit points every month. Merit points were important to both demon hunters and the demon suppression barracks, but there was a difference between the two. For demon hunters, merit points were not only used to exchange, but also the standard to promote their ranks. However, for the demon suppression barracks, merit points were only used to exchange and couldn't be used to promote their ranks. Only by making military contributions could they promote their ranks. Chunzong had already gained hundreds of merit points by killing demons outside the demon suppression fortress. Now, he gained another 100. There were also some magic medicines and demon body parts in his mustard seed bag. If he went to the demon hunting hall and turned in the mission, he could get another 100 merit points. However, according to the rules of the demon suppression barracks, during the training period of the Hidden Dragon Division, no one was allowed to leave the barracks. Chunzong had to give up the idea of going to the demon hunting hall. Everything could wait until the training was over. As for the content of the training, Chunzong didn't know, but he wasn't afraid at all. The duty of the demon suppression barracks was to fight against the underground demons and demons. Their training should be inseparable from this aspect. Chunzong was arranged to live in an independent dormitory. It was very simple: a bed, a table, a chair, and a cattail hassock. That was all. However, such a simple place would be the place where he would spend the next few months or even a year. Chunzong wasn't dissatisfied with this. He had been in worse environments, so this was nothing. Sitting cross-legged on the hassock, Chunzong took out 2 mid-grade spiritual sources, one in each hand, and started to absorb the pure spiritual energy in them to practice the mind mystery skill. In the past, the cultivation of body refining had been his shortcoming, but now, the cultivation of chi refining had become his shortcoming, and he needed to improve it urgently. Only by making up for his shortcoming and improving his essence, chi, and spirit would be the best. Chapter 786. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the embers of the night had not yet dissipated. Chunzong had already gotten up and was ready to go. Today was the first day that Chunzong joined the Hidden Dragon Division of the Demon Suppression Army. It was also the first day that he was going to participate in the training. According to his big brother, he was a bit late because the last time the Demon Suppression Army recruited people was 2 months ago. The training period was half a year. In other words, he had 2 months less time than those reserve warriors. Chunzong came to the training camp of the Hidden Dragon Division as early as possible. The other reserve warriors also came over in 2s and 3s. There was a titled general in charge of the Hidden Dragon Division, but that titled general rarely showed himself. He spent most of his time cultivating. Below him, there were 4 other battle generals. To some extent, the 4 of them were more like the true managers of the Hidden Dragon Division. The 4 battle generals were all in the Profound Sky realm. Of course, they wouldn't train the reserve warriors themselves. The trainers were the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army. There were hundreds of reserve warriors. They were divided into many squads. The maximum number of people in each squad was 12. Each squad was led by an official soldier who was in charge of their daily training. Among these teams, there just happened to be one that was not full. It was missing one person, and Chunzong was arranged to be in this team. Every squad had its own training room. In the 35th training room, Ouyang walked into the room first. The 11 people who had already arrived sat up straight immediately. The first thing we need to do before the training starts today is to fill up our squad, Ouyang said expressionlessly, but he was a bit dissatisfied. Then he said to the door, "Come in." Under the gazes of the 11 people, a figure walked in calmly and unhurriedly. They were curious, scrutinizing, disdainful, and so on. They all looked at Chunzong, but they couldn't affect Chunzong at all. "Introduce yourself." Ouyang was a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. His tone was a bit stiff. "Headmaster, everyone, my name is Chunzong. It's my honor to join the 35th squad. I hope we can get along well in the future." Chunzong said calmly. "All right, sit down first. Today's training will begin now," Ouyang said. Chunzong did not object. He found an empty seat and sat down. However, he was curious about the content of the training. Our Demon Suppression Army's biggest enemy is the subterranean demons. The subterranean demons are just secondary. Ouyang said, "The underground demons are more powerful than the underground demons, and they have more tricks up their sleeves. It's hard to guard against them. In addition, the underground demons have different talents. This is something that we cultivators can't compare with. The only way for us to better resist the underground demons is to cultivate the demon-resisting seal, demon-binding seal, and demon-slaying seal. Only by cultivating these 3 seals can we, to a certain extent, make up for the innate gap between us cultivators and the underground demons. Demon-defending seal, demon-binding seal, demon-slaying seal." Chunzong was slightly shocked. Could this be the secret of the demon-suppressing army's strength? It should be. In fact, Ouyang had already said these words. The reason why he repeated them was mainly for Chunzong to hear. Although he was dissatisfied with Chunzong, he did not want to be on bad terms with Chunzong. After all, Chunzong could enter the demon-suppressing army now, so he must have a powerful backer. However, Ouyang had no one to rely on. It would do him no good to be on bad terms with Chunzong. In this case, he might as well do his job as a commander. After all, it was just a matter of saying a few more words. The training of the Hidden Dragon Division lasts for half a year. If you want to pass the assessment, you must at least learn the first move of the demon-resisting seal. In the past 2 months, I've already explained the first move of the demon-resisting seal thoroughly. The rest depends on your own efforts. Try to master it as soon as possible. Today, I'll continue to explain the first move of the demon-binding seal to you. I hope you can master it as soon as possible, Ouyang said. In other words, Ouyang did not intend to slow down the progress of the assessment for Chunzong. In fact, it was impossible because every commander who led a team would be rewarded with military merits. If the team could all pass the assessment, they would be rewarded with military merits. Even if they could not all pass the assessment, they would still be rewarded with military merits. As for the amount of rewards, it was closely related to the number of people who passed the assessment. Chunzong did not self-righteously interrupt the other party. Instead, he listened quietly. However, due to the lack of sufficient information and foundation, the explanation of the first form of the demon binding seal made Chunzong feel as if he was in the clouds. However, Chunzong still remembered everything that Ouyangze had explained. The other 11 people also focused their attention, ignoring Chunzong. Nothing was more important than good training, because if they could not pass the assessment, it would mean that they would have to leave the demon-suppressing army. The demon binding seal was very mysterious. Ouyangze explained the theory and demonstrated it with his hands. He did not stop until 2 hours later. Even so, he did not explain all the mysteries of the first move of the demon binding seal. These 3 seals were created by the ancestors after hundreds of years of painstaking comprehension and research on the underground demons and the chaotic demon chi. After many modifications, they were finally finalized, and their mysteries were incomparably profound. Ordinary warriors could not even comprehend it, let alone cultivate it. There was only one result if they forced themselves to cultivate it, and that was to be corroded by the chaotic demon chi. They would either die or lose their mind and become a demonic human. Only warriors with higher talent and better comprehension could cultivate it. Otherwise, the demon-suppressing army would have spread the 3 seals long ago, allowing more warriors to cultivate it. This way, they could further strengthen the strength of the cultivators and better defend against the underground demons and monsters. I can only take you through the basics of the 3 seals. As for how you can cultivate it to a higher level, it will depend on your own efforts. Ouyangze said seriously, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. However, I can tell you how I cultivated the 3 seals. I used my body to withstand the chaotic demon chi and analyze the essence of the chaotic demon chi. Hearing this, the faces of everyone, including Chunzong, changed. Using one's body to withstand the chaotic demon chi and analyze the essence of the chaotic demon chi to aid the cultivation of the 3 seals. This method sounded very simple, and those who had not experienced it personally would not know the hardships and dangers involved. However, excluding Chunzong, the 11 of them were all experienced demon hunters. They had stepped into the earth demon abyss to hunt the underground demons, and had even encountered them before. Naturally, the chaotic demon chi had invaded their bodies. The chaotic demon chi was very powerful, and it would only cause damage when it entered the body. Those who had experienced it would not be willing to experience it a second time. Chunzong had experienced it before. He had taken the initiative to absorb a trace of chaotic demon chi into his body in order to understand its characteristics. It was very uncomfortable, and he quickly expelled it. With the mysteries of the 3 seals, it was not possible to accelerate the cultivation of the 3 seals by absorbing the chaotic demon chi once, twice, or thrice. At that moment, everyone looked at Ouyangze with admiration. That's my experience. It's up to you whether you want to try it or not. However, I have to remind you that it's very dangerous to absorb the chaotic demon chi into your body. If you're not careful, the chaotic demon chi may corrode your mind. Therefore, it's best to be fully prepared before you try it. Ouyangze said seriously. Thank you, Hierarch. Rest assured, Hierarch. One by one they bowed. Chunzong, I'll be frank with you. I can't delay the teaching of the 3 seals because of you, and I won't take the time to teach you alone. Ouyangze looked at Chunzong and said very directly. Firstly, he was dissatisfied with Chunzong, who had entered through the back door. Secondly, he also needed time to cultivate. Otherwise, how could he improve his cultivation and strength? Chunzong understood Ouyangze's thoughts, but his heart sank slightly. If no one taught him the 3 seals, how could he cultivate it? If he couldn't cultivate the 3 seals, he would have joined the demon suppression army for nothing. He would have let down his senior brother's efforts. Hierarch, if I may ask, do you have any books that record the 3 seals? Chunzong asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yes. As he answered, Oyangza curled his lips and flashed a trace of disdain. If you're willing, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Oyangza took out a black and red booklet and threw it to Chunzong. The first style of the three seals is recorded in this booklet. Chunzong naturally saw the disdain in Oyangza's eyes, but he wasn't angry because of it. It wasn't worth it. As he took the black booklet, a cold aura spread between his fingers. This booklet should be made of some kind of skin. The cover was a little rough and emitted traces of demon chi. It might be made of some kind of demon skin. The booklet was about 2 fingers thick, but weighed more than 50 kilograms. After throwing the booklet to Chunzong, Oyangza turned and left. In his opinion, Chunzong couldn't cultivate the 3 seals without anyone's guidance, even the first style of the demon suppression seal. As for finding someone to teach him, there were 11 other people in the 35th team. They had barely cultivated the first style of the demon suppression seal and hadn't fully grasped it. If he asked them for help, it would only be worse. Of course, since Chunzong had entered the army through the back door, it meant that he had a strong backer. He could start from his backer and find someone to teach him. Anyway, Oyangza didn't want to pay attention to him. Of course, it would be better if Chunzong could cultivate the 3 seals. As soon as Oyangza left, the other 11 people also left. Wake up without anyone's guidance. It's impossible to cultivate the 3 seals. One of the one-eyed middle-aged men said. Because of his one eye, his smile looked a little bit ferocious. Who knows? Maybe he can cultivate it. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. It sounded like she was supporting Chunzong, but her tone was a little bit disdainful. Obviously, it was also a kind of mockery. They were not stupid. They all passed many tests and finally entered the Demon Suppression Army to train in the Hidden Dragon Division. However, Chunzong had just arrived. Obviously, he got in through the back door. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.